sometimes it can be a blessing and a curse, right? But I think that's what makes us so empathetic and caring towards others. Then girl lying. I'm all about embracing those emotions and using them to fuel our passions. And quote a Stevie so. I want to ask you, lovelies, have you ever noticed how your zodiac sign affects your relationships? Like a do you attract people who are total opposites? Or do you find people who are more similar to you? Share your thoughts and let's keep this conversation going. Oh, lovelies, I just love where this conversation is going. It's like we're diving deeper into the cosmos and exploring how our zodiac signs can shape our relationships and self-confidence. Welcome to Daily Fair's Love Den, by the way. For all my new lovelies joining the stream, I'm so glad you are here. We're all about serving up real talk, love tips, and a side of sass on this channel. So grab a snack, get comfy, and let's get cozy. Now back to the zodiac signs. I want to ask you, lovelies, have you ever taken a tarot reading or had your birth chart done? How did it make you feel? And did it give you any insights into your love life or relationships? Share your experiences, and let's see if we can tap into that cosmic energy together. Oh, lovelies, I am so intrigued by all the tarot reading and birth chart experiences you are sharing in the chats. It's tapping into this whole other level of self-awareness and cosmic insight. I have to share, I recently got my birth chart done, and it was like David Rich. You are a charmer, huh? Well, thank you for the compliment, but let's get real. I am here to dish out some relationship advice, not just my good looks. What's on your mind? What do you want to talk about? Mind blowing. I found out I have a Venus in, which explains why I'm so passionate about helping others navigate their love lives. But Trey, I want to ask you, lovelies, have you ever noticed how the moon phases can affect your relationships or emotions? Backfire. Do you feel more intense or emotional during the full moon? Or more calm and reflective during the new moon? Let's explore this lunar love connection. Let's see if we can't tap into that moon magic together. Oh, lovelies, I am loving all the moon phase insights you are sharing in the chat. It's like beauty. We're unlocking this whole other level of emotional awareness and lunar love connection. I totally feel you. Literally Moonchild 88, about feeling more intuitive and emotional during the full moons. I am like oh, lovelies, I'm fascinated by all the lunar love dynamics you are sharing in the chats. You're uncovering this hidden language of love and emotions that's tied to the moon phases. I want to share a personal experience when I was going through a tough bricolage I noticed that my ex would always get super emotional and distant during the full moon. And at first I thought it was just me being sensitive, but then I realized it was actually the moon's influence. Now I am curious. Lovelace, have you ever used the moon phases to your advantage in your relationships? Like nasty, had a romantic date during the new moon, or had a heart-to-heart during the full moon? Share your stories. And let's see if we can't harness that learned power to create more love and harmony in our lives. Oh, Lovelace, I am loving all the lunar love stories you are sharing in the chat. It's like we're tapping into this cosmic wisdom that's guiding us towards more harmonious relationships. Now, I'll shift gears a bit and talk about some love tips that can help you attract someone special. You know, I always say that love is like cooking a delicious meal. You need the right ingredients, and you need to stir the pot in just the right way. So what are some of those ingredients? You ask well. For starters, confidence is key. When you exude self-love and self-acceptance, you become like a magnet for positive energy and people who appreciate you for who you are. But I want to ask you, lovelies, what do you think is the most attractive quality in a partner? Is it kindness, sense of humor, or something else entirely? Oh, I love how many of you are saying that kindness is the most attractive quality in a partner's. It's like we're all craving that deep sense of empathy and compassion in our relationships. That I also see some of you mentioning sense of humor. And I'm like, with your honest laughter is like the best medicine for the soul. And when you can laugh with someone, it's like you're creating this unbreakable bond. Now, I want to share a little secret with you, Lovelace, as a divorce lawyer. I've seen my fair share of relationships that have gone sour. But the ones that always stood out to me were the ones where both partners had a great sense of humor, even in the tough times. So I am curious, Lovelace. How do you keep the laughter and playfulness alive in your relationships? Do you have any fun date night ideas or silly rituals that keep the spark going? Oh, Lovelies, I am so glad you are all enjoying this conversation. It's like mid-year. We're tapping into this collective wisdom that's all about nurturing love and relationships. Before we dive deeper, I just want to take a quick sec to thank each and every one of you for being part of this beautiful community. If you are new here, consider subscribing to join the Love Squad. And if you are loving the content, a like, and let's keep the good meat going now. Let's get back to those fun night ideas. I want to hear from you, lovelies. What's the most creative or romantic date you've ever been on, Peel? What's something you've always wanted to try with your partner? Oh, I love how many of you are sharing your fun date night ideas. From sunset picnics to cooking classes, it's like you are all speaking my language, but I want to ask Lovelace. Have you ever noticed how sometimes the most romantic dates are the ones that are a little spontaneous and imperfect? Like, I remember this. One time I was on a date and we decided to take a last-minute road trip to the beach. It was like the most beautiful, messy, and unforgettable night, and it's a memory that I'll always treasure some point. I am curious, Lovelace, what's the most spontaneous or imperfect date you've ever been on? And did it end up being a memorable one? Lovelace, I am hearing these stories of spontaneous dates and imperfect adventures. It's like we're all about embracing the beauty of imperfection. Right, so I want to share another little secret with you as a TikTok creator. I've noticed that the most popular content is always the stuff that's a little raw and unedited. You know, the behind the scenes moments that show us being our authentic selves. And I think that's what we're craving in our relationships too. That sense of vulnerability and authenticity. So I want to ask Lovelace, how do you cultivate that sense of vulnerability with your partner? Do you have any special rituals or practices that help you stay open and honest with each other? Oh, Lovelace, I am so intrigued by your responses. It's like Kinja. We're all about embracing this idea that vulnerability is the new necessity. Right. I mean, think about it. When we're willing to be our authentic selves, imperfections, and all, that's when the real connection happens. And I love how some of you are sharing your favorite rituals, like having a weekly no judgment conversation or practicing gratitude together. I want to dive deeper into this. What about when things get tough, Lovelace? How do you navigate those difficult conversations with your partner? And what are tips for keeping the communication flowing when it feels like everything is falling apart? Ah, Lovelies, I'm loving these tips for navigating tough conversations. It's like happy, we're all about building those communication muscles, right? I want to share a little secret with you. As a divorce lawyer, I've seen so many relationships crumble because of misunderstandings and unspoken resentments. But I've also seen couples who have learned to communicate through even the toughest times. And it's like quaint. They're speaking a different language, one of them's cool, and understanding. So I want to ask, Lovelace, have you ever had a conversation with your partner that felt like a total game changer? Like, it shifted the entire dynamics of your relationship? Or was it about that conversation that made it so? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Lovelies, it's like a recursion. We're all about tapping into the power of communication to transform our relationships. When speaking of transformation, I want to take a moment to welcome all the new lovelies who've joined our little community today. If you are new here, I am Dilly Fair BA, a TikTok creator and divorce lawyer with a passion for helping people build lasting, loving relationships. This channel is all about sharing real talk, truth insight, and a dash of astrological magic to help us navigate the ups and downs of love and relationships. So grab a cup of your favorite brew, get cozy, and let's dive into the good stuff. I'm so excited to have you all along for the ride. I love this, I am so curious. Have any of you ever used tarot or astrology to gain insight into your relationships? Like none. I know some of you are total skeptics, Pontu, but I have found that even just exploring our sun signs and moon signs can give us a deeper understanding of our partner's needs and desires. I am thinking of doing a special tarot reading for one of our lovelies. If you are interested, just type tarot me in the chat, and I'll select someone for a reading. And Banya, I have to ask Weed, what's the most surprising thing you've learned about yourself or your partner through astrology or tarot? Oh, I am loving the energy in this chat, lovelies. It's like we're all vibing on this frequency of love and self-discovery. I've got a few tarot me requests coming in, and I am so excited to do a reading for one of you. Let me just shuffle my cards real quick, and okay, I've got my person. It's going to be, let's see, Love Luna 22. Congratulations. Lovelies, you are getting a tarot reading. Before I start the reading, I just want to ask, Love Luna 22, what's been on your mind lately? Are you looking for insight into a current relationship? Or maybe guidance on how to attract your ideal partner into your life? I am so glad you are all enjoying the chat. It's like we're all in this together, you know. Before we dive into Love Luna 22's tarot reading at 2, I just want to take a quick moment to thank each and every one of you for being part of this amazing community, loving the energy and the insights. Please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and give this stream a like. It really helps me continue to share my passion for love and relationships with all of you. Of course, if you want to see more tarot readings and astrological insights, just let me know in the chat. I'm always here to share my knowledge and help you lovelies navigate the ups and downs of love. Oh, I'm so excited to dive into Love Luna 22's tarot readings. I've got my cards shuffled, and I am feeling the energy of lovelies before I start. I just want to ask Love Luna 22, are you open to a little surprise? I might just throw in some astrology insights to really give you a deeper understanding of what's going on in your love life. To the rest of your lovelies, I want to ask, have you ever experienced a time when your astrological signs just clicked with your partners? Like how it's meant to be? Let's chat about it in the comments. Oh, lovely. I am seeing some amazing insights for Love Luna 22. The Eight of Cups is coming up, which can indicate that you are feeling a little unfulfilled in your current relationship. Or maybe you are just not feeling that spark that you once had. But don't worry. This card is all about moving forward and finding what truly nourishes your soul. And I'm getting the sense that you're on the verge of a major breach. Love, Luna. 22. Can you tell me, lovelies? Have you ever felt like you were just going through the motions in your relationship, and then suddenly something shifted and everything changed? Oh, I just love where this conversation is going. Lovelies, it's like you're all tapping into this collective energy of growth and transformation. So, love, Luna, 22. I want to ask you, are you feeling the urge to break free from something in your current relationship? Or maybe here is something new on the horizon that's calling your name. And Zanga, to the rest of you lovelies, I want to ask, what's the most amazing piece of advice you've ever received about love and relationships? Share it with us in the comments, and let's keep this conversation flowing. Our lovelies, I am loving the energy in this chat. It's like we're all connecting on a deeper level. I am seeing so many of you sharing your stories and advice about love and relationships, and it's truly inspiring. So, Love Luna 22, I want to dive a little deeper into your reading. The Ace of Cups is also indicating that you might be feeling a little emotional map, maybe even nice twist about something that's not quite working in your relationship. Can you tell me, Cast? Have you been feeling a little stuck or sentimental about something lately, lovelies? And Joan, to the rest of you, I want to ask, how do you handle those tough emotions when you are feeling stuck in a relationship? Oh, lovelies, I'm getting so much feedback from you all about feeling stuck in relationships, and it's like we're all on the same page here. I want to share a little secret with you as a divorce lawyer. I've seen so many couples struggle with communication, and it's like the foundation of any healthy relationship. So, Love Luna 22, I want to ask you, are you feeling like you and your partner are on the same page when it comes to your feelings and needs? And to the rest of you lovelies, what's the most important thing you look for in a partner when it comes to communication? Is it active listening, emotional intelligence, or something else? Entirely share your thoughts with them. And let's keep this conversation going. Oh, lovelies, I am loving the honesty. In these chats, it's like Martel. We're all being so real about what we need in a partner. I'm seeing so many of you mention active listening, and that's like so key in any relationship. But I also want to talk about emotional intelligence. Being able to understand and beweed each other's feelings. It's like that's where the magic happens, lovelies. So I want to ask Rita, How do you think we can cultivate more emotional intelligence in our relationships? And what are some tips you've learned along the way? Share your wisdom with us. And let's keep this conversation flowing. Oh, lovelies. I'm so glad for having this conversation about emotional intelligence. It's like the more we talk about it, the more we can all learn and grow. I'm seeing a lot of you mention self-reflection and self-awareness as key components of emotional intelligence. And that's so true, but I also want to add that being able to ask for help and support when we need it is a huge part of it too. Like being able to say, hey, I'm feeling overwhelmed and I need some space, or I'm feeling hurt and I need some tenderness. It takes a lot of courage and vulnerability. So I want to ask Nona, how do you lovelies communicate your needs and boundaries in your relationships? And what are some tips you've learned for asking for help when you need it? Oh, lovelies. I'm loving the tips you're sharing about communicating your needs and boundaries in your relationships. It's like we're all learning from each other here. I want to say, as a divorce lawyer first year, I've seen so many relationships fall apart because of unresolved resentment and unmet needs net, but it doesn't have to be that way. So I want to ask, how do you lovelies create self-care and stress management in your relationships? And what are some things you do to take care of yourself when things get tough? And oh, I have to give shout out to Moonlight, Maven said, who does share that she and her partner have a weekly check and to discuss their needs and feelings. That's like such a great idea, and I want to hear more about it. Oh, lovelies, I am so glad we're diving into self-care and stress management in our relationships. That's where the rubber meets the road, you know. I want to welcome all our new viewers who are just tuning in. Naturally Faz Love Language, where we dish out the real talk on relationships, love and job, and everything in between. If you are new here, consider subscribing and joining our little community. We're all about supporting each other and sharing our experiences to help each other grow. So, Moonlight Maven, I want to hear more about that weekly check-in you mentioned. How did you and your partner come up with that idea? And how has it helped you navigate the ups and downs of relationship life? Oh, lovelies, I'm so glad Moonlight Maven is sharing more about her and her partner's weekly check. It's like we can all learn from that kind of intentional communication. I want to ask Muti, what are some other creative ways you lovelies are nice in communication and connection in your relationships, like using Nai? Are there any fun dates night ideas or rituals that help you stay connected and on the same page. And I have to say I am loving the idea of incorporating tarot readings into your relationship. I've been doing that with my own partner, and it's like it adds a whole new level of depth and insight to our conversations. How about you? Lovelies, have any of you used tarot or astrology to navigate your relationships? And what were your experiences like? Oh, lovelies, I am loving the energy in this chat. It's like tank. We're all vibing off each other's ideas and experiences. I want to dive deeper into this idea of using tarot and astrology in our relationships, because I think it can be such a powerful tool for growth and understanding. Have any of you lovelies had experiences where your star signs or astrological compatibility played a role in your relationship? Like, did you find that it helped you understand each other's quirks and needs better housing? Or was it more of a fun way to connect and have a shared interest? Oh, I am so glad you guys are sharing your experiences with tarot and astrology in your relationships. We're all learning from each other here. I want to share a little story. I was doing a tarot reading for a client. Like, it was clear that their partner was a total fire sign. Just a lot of passion and energy, but my client was more of an earth sign, all about stability and practicality. And I was like, girl, I get it. You are total opposites. But that's what makes it so interesting. Because, let's be real, lovelies. Relationships are all about growth and learning from each other. So I am curious, Nampai. How do you think our astrological signs can influence our relationships? Do you think it's more about finding someone who complements our energy? Or learning to appreciate and work with our differences? Hey lovelies, welcome back to Daily Fair's Love Nest. If you are new here, I am so glad you are joining the conversation. We're all about exploring the ups and downs of love, relationships, and personal growth. And I am your host, a divorce lawyer turned TikTok creator and relationship expert. I love that we're diving into the world of tarot and astrology today because, let's face it, relationships actually can be messy and unpredictable, but with a little insights and self-awareness, we can navigate even the toughest challenges. So, keep sharing your thoughts and experiences. I am loving the discussion so far, and I am excited to see where it takes us. Oh, you know what's really interesting? Lovelies. I've been noticing that a lot of my clients who are going through rough patches in their relationships are often struggling with trust issues. And I think that's where tarot can be really helpful. Like, have you ever gotten a reading and the cards just totally widen what you were feeling, but couldn't quite put into words? That's happened to me so many times, and it's always like gain this huge sigh of relief, because suddenly I'm not just going off my emotions. I've got this deeper understanding of what's really going on, so I'm curious. Has anyone ever used tarot to help navigate trust issues in a relationship, like Mal? Did it give you insight into your partner's intentions, or help you work through your own fears and doubts? Oh, I love where this conversation is going, lovelies. Trust issues are key. The ultimate relationship challenge, right? And tarot can be such a powerful tool for gaining clarity and perspective. I mean, Trot, think about it. When we're feeling uncertain or insecure, it's easy to get caught up in our own fears and doubts. But tarot can help us tap into our intuition and see things more objectively. So, Zim, I want to ask, what are some common themes or patterns that you've noticed in your own tarot readings when it comes to trust issues? Are there any particular cards or spreads that have been especially helpful for you? You know, lovelies, I've been thinking a lot about the Eight of Swords and how it can relate to trust issues in relationships like Hunt. When we're feeling trapped or limited in some way, it can be really hard to trust ourselves, let alone our partner. And I've noticed that sometimes when I am working with clients who are struggling with trust, they'll get this card in reading. And it's like this huge wake-up call. They realize that they've been putting themselves in a situation where they feel stuck or powerless. And that's what's really causing the trust issues. So I want to ask mine. Have any of you guys ever gotten the Eight of Swords in a reading coin? And how did it relate to your own trust issues or feelings of being stuck in a relationship? Oh, hi everyone, welcome back to Daily Faz Love Lamjin's Kali. I'm so glad you're joining us, Maeve, today. Whether you're a new face or regular lovey, I'm thrilled to have you here. For those who are just tuning in now, we're in the middle of a juicy discussion about trust issues and relationships, and how tarot can help us navigate those tricky waters. I want to encourage all of you to share your thoughts and experiences in the chat. We've got a wonderful community here, and now we can all learn from each other. Joy, let's keep the conversation going. What other tarot cards or spreads that you found helpful when dealing with trust issues? Lovelies. Oh, you guys are sharing some amazing insights in the chat mass. Thank you so much for being so open and honest. It's really helping to create a safe and celibate space here in the Love Leckens OK. So, I want to shift gears a bit and talk about something that I think is really closely related to trust issues. And that's how to attract someone who is actually worthy of our trust. I mean, think about it. When we're feeling uncertain or insecure, It's easy to attract people who are going to mirror those feelings back to us. Oh, what if we could flip that script and attract someone who is actually going to support and uplift us? What do you guys think is the key to attracting someone who is trustworthy and loving? Is it about working on ourselves? Or is it about putting out a certain energy or fully put into the world? Oh, I love where this conversation is going, lovelies. You guys are sharing some amazing insights about the importance of self-love and self-worth when it comes to attracting someone trustworthy. And I completely agree. When we feel good about ourselves and our own worth, we're way more likely to attract someone who is going to respect and appreciate us. But I also think that here is something to be said for putting out a certain energy of hope into the world. Like when we're feeling confident and secure, we're giving off this radiant energy that's like a magnet for positive relationships. So I want to ask Lydia, what do you guys think is the most important quality or energy to embody when it comes to attracting someone loving and trustworthy? Is it confidence, availability, or something else entirely? You know, I was just thinking about this the other day. Lovelies. And I realized that for me, it's all about embodying a sense of authenticity and genuineness. When we mean our true selves, without apology or pretension, we're giving off this amazing energy that's like a beacon for people who are looking for real connection. I mean, think about it. When you meet someone who is unapologetically themselves, it's so refreshing and attractive. Right, so I want to ask Nani, what are some ways you guys have found to cultivate that sense of authenticity in your own lives? And how has this impacted your relationships? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Lovelies. You guys are sharing some amazing insights about the importance of authenticity in attracting positive relationships. I want to share something that I've been exploring lately. And that's the connection between our astrological signs and our capacity for authenticity. I can add. Have you guys ever noticed how certain signs, like Leos and Geminis, are naturally more outgoing and expressive, while others, like Cancer and Virgos, might be more introverted and reserved? But what if I told you that our signs can also offer clues about how we can cultivate more authenticity in our lives? I am thinking of doing a tarot reading on this topic. I was really interested in seeing how the cards might guide us in embracing our true selves. Oh, I am so excited to hear that you guys are interested in exploring the connection between our astrological signs and authenticities. I think this is going to be a really powerful conversation, so I want to ask Ansel. Are there any specific signs that you guys think are naturally more authentic or genuine cute? And how do you think they embody that quality? And also, I want to throw it out to our Scorpio and Virgo lovelies. How do you guys navigate being more introverted and reserved, while still being true to yourselves and expressing your authenticity in the world? Oh, I love the insights that are coming in, lovelies. It's clear that we're all thinking deeply about this topic. I want to share something that I have noticed in my own life as a Leo, which is that we Leos are naturally drawn to the spotlight. But sometimes they can make it harder for us to be authentic because we're so focused on how others perceive us. I've been working on letting go of that need for attention and just being myself, even if that means not always being the center of attention. Can I ask, have any of you guys ever struggled with that balance between being true to yourself and being true to others? Like, how do you navigate those two competing desires? Oh, I am so glad you guys are resonating with this, bruh. Because I think it's such a crucial conversation to be having. I've been thinking a lot about how our tarot cards can offer guidance on this topic. And I want to share a reading that I did recently that really stood out to me. I drew the Eight of Swords, which is all about feeling trapped and limited. And at first, I was like, okay, what does this have to do with authenticity? But then I started thinking about how often we can feel trapped by our own fears and doubts, and how they can hold us back from being our true selves. Have any of you guys ever felt like you are stuck in a situation or mindset that's not allowing you to be authentic me? And if so, how did you break free from that? Oh, lovely. I'm so glad we're having this conversation. It's really making me think about my own journey with authenticity. Especially when it comes to my relationships, as a divorce lawyer. I've seen so many couples struggle with being true to themselves and each other. And it's like, coordinate. How do I navigate that? I want to share a little story with you, guys. I was working with a couple recently, and they were both cautious, and they were just so intense and passionate, but also really struggling to communicate effectively. And I was like, okay, let's look at your birth charts and see what's going on. Here he is. And it turned out that they were both just really scared of being vulnerable with each other. So we worked on building trust and creating a safe space for them to be themselves. And it was amazing to see how that shifted in their relationship. What about it, guys? Have any of you ever had to work on building trust with a partner or friend? And what strategies did you use to get there? Well, I'm so glad we're diving into this topic of trust and vulnerability. Lovelies. It's like the foundation of any healthy relationship, right? And I love that you guys are sharing your own experiences with this. I want to ask now, have any of you ever noticed how your moon sign can influence your emotional needs in relationships? Like as a Leo with a Cancer moon. I know I have a strong need for emotional security, and nurturing in my relationships. How about you guys? Do you find that your moon sign plays a big role in how you show up in your relationships? Huh. I love that so many of you are sharing your moon signs and how they impact your relationships. It's like totally fascinating to me. I've been thinking about how my own Cancer moon has influenced my past relationships and how I've had to learn to communicate my emotional needs to my partners. I remember one relationship where I was with someone who had a very different emotional language, and it was like we were speaking different dialects or something. But once we started to understand each other's needs, it was like this whole new world opened up for us. Have any of you guys ever had to navigate a relationship where you and your partner had different emotional languages? So, how did you find common ground? I think that's one of the most beautiful things about relationships, is that we get to learn and grow together and figure out each other's love languages. Right. I mean, it's not always easy, but it's so worth it. In the end, I've been thinking, and I want to ask you guys. Have any of you ever noticed how your ascendant sign can influence the way you present yourself in relationships? Like as a Leo ascendant, I know I have a tendency to put on a bit of a show, even when I am just trying to be myself, and it can be hilarious, really intimidating for my partner if I am not careful. How about you guys? Do you find that your ascendant sign plays a big role in how you show up in your relationships? And if so, how do you balance that with being your true self? Oh, I love that we're getting into the nitty-gritty of how our astrological signs impact our relationships. The lovely, it's like the more we understand ourselves, the more we can bring to the table. So I want to share something interesting that I've been exploring lately. The connection between our tarot birth cards and our relationship patterns. Have you guys ever heard of tarot birth cards? Damn it. They're the cards that correspond to our birth dates, and they can reveal some really deep insights into our personalities, our relationship tendencies. I've been studying mine, and it's been mind-blowing to see how it's played out in my past relationships. Does anyone want to share their tarot birth card, and we can explore it together? Oh my goodness, I am loving all the shares about your tarot birth cards, lovelies. It's like we're getting into some really deep stuff here. I want to explore this further, chummy. So let's take a look at some examples. For instance, if you are a Lil Yaman, your tarot birth card is the Age card, which is all about inner courage and self-discipline. How does that play out in your relationships, Leo babes? Do you find that you're always trying to tap into your inner strength to navigate challenges with your partner? And what about you, Cancer Queens? Your tarot birth card is the Chariot, which is all about emotional control and balance. How do you balance your emotions in your relationships? And do you find that you are always trying to create a sense of harmony and stability? Oh, I am so loving this conversation, lovelies. It's like, we're really getting to the heart of how our astrological signs and tarot birth cards impact our relationships. And I have to say, I'm so grateful for all of you who are sharing your stories and insights. It's like much. We're all in this together, before we dive deeper into this topic. Mom, can I just give a quick shout out to everyone who's been supporting this stream? If you are new here, please consider subscribing and hitting that like button. It means the world to me. And it helps me keep creating content that's all about spreading love and nurturing. Now, let's get back to the good stuff. Who else wants to share their tarot birth card and how it's impacted their relationships? Alright, lovelies, let's shift gears a bit and talk about love tips, like how to attract someone who's truly meant for you. I've been getting a lot of questions about this lately, and I want to share something that I think is really important. Being clear about your intentions, like what you want in a relationship and what you're willing to put into it. When you are clear about what you want and start to radiate this energy that's like mania, super attractive to others. It's like the universe can sense when you are ready for love, and it starts to bring people into your life who are on the same metabolism as you. So I want to ask you guys, what are some things that you are looking for in a partner? And how do you think you can start to attract those qualities into your life? Oh, I love where this conversation is going, lovelies. It's like we're really getting to the heart of what it means to attract someone who's truly meant for you. I've got a question for you though. How do you think our tarot birth cards play into this whole idea of being clear about our intentions? Like if you are a 16 card, Leo to you, are you more likely to attract someone who's strong and courageous? Or if you are a chariot custard, are you more likely to attract someone who's all about emotional balance and stability? Let's explore this idea a bit further. Can anyone share a story about how their tarot birth card has influenced their relationships or even their dating life? Oh, I am loving the energy in this chat right now, Nallies. It's like Miko White. We're all vibing on this idea of attracting someone who's truly meant for us, or cables. So I want to share a personal story about how my tarot birth card has influenced my relationships. As a justice card, Rigo, I am all about balance and fairness, and I found that I tend to attract partners who are super analytical and practical. Just like me, but here's the thing, sometimes it can also lead to overthinking and criticism, which can be totally toxic in a relationship. I've had to learn how to balance my justice card energy with a little more compassion and understanding. Curious though, how about you guys? Have you noticed any patterns in the types of partners you attract based on your tarot birth count? Oh, I'm so glad we're having this conversation, lovelies. It's like empathy. We're really getting to the nitty-gritty of how our tarot birth cards influence our relationships. Now's really, I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how your birth card can sometimes play out in the ways you communicate with your partner? Like, if you are a swords commit, are you more likely to get caught up in mental battles and arguments? Or if you are a cups card, are you more likely to get all emotional and intuitive? I've got a friend who's king of swords, and she's always struggled with being too blunt and critical in her relationships. But at the same time, she's also super attracted to partners who are all about intellectual debates and mental stimulation. So it's like this double-edged sword where her birth card is both a strength and a weakness in her relationships. What about you guys? Can you think of any ways your tarot birth card influences your communication style in relationships? You know, I was just thinking about this the other day. Lovelies. How our tarot birth cards can influence the way we communicate as relationships. And I realized that while as a justice card Virgo, I tend to be super direct and honest in my communication style, which can sometimes be misinterpreted as being too critical or harsh, but at the same time, I'm also super drawn to partners who value honesty and fairness, and who aren't afraid to speak their minds. So it's like this delicate balance between being true to myself and being sensitive to my partner's needs. I am curious, have any of you guys ever struggled with finding that balance in your own relationships, where you are trying to be true to yourself while also being mindful of your partner's feeling? Oh my goodness, I'm loving all the comments and insights you guys are sharing. It's like Katria. We're having this amazing good tarot reading, and I am so here for it. I want to dive deeper into this idea of communication, styles, and tarot birth cards. So let's talk about some specific examples. For instance, if you are a Wands card, are you more likely to be passionate and expressive in your communication, but also maybe a little more prone to conflicts and power struggles? Or if you are a Pentacles card, are you more likely to be practical and down to earth in your communication, but also maybe a little more resistant to change and new ideas? What are your thoughts and beliefs? Can you think of any ways your tarot birth card influences your communication style in relationships? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Lovelace. It's like we're really tapping into the nonsense of how our tarot both cards shape our relationships. I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how your birth card can influence the way you handle conflicts in your relationships? Like, if you're a fire sign, are you more likely to be passionate and explosive in your arguments? Or if you're a water sign, are you more likely to get emotional and withdrawn? I've got a friend who's a socio, and she's always struggled with getting too intense and possessive in her relationships. But at the same time, she's also super loyal and committed once you've earned her trust. So, it's like this double-edged sword, where her bird card is both a strength and a weakness in her relationships. What about you guys? Can you think of any ways your tarot's birth card influences how you handle conflicts in your relationships? Oh, I am so glad we're having this conversation. Lovelies, it's like we're really getting to the heart of how our tarot birth cards shape our relationships. I want to share a personal example is a justice card, Virgo. I tend to be super analytical and critical in conflicts, which can sometimes make my partner feel like they're on trial. But at the same time, my partner is a Libra, which means they're all about balance and harmonies. So they're always trying to smooth things over and avoid conflict, even if it means sacrificing their own needs. It's like this constant push and pull between our two energies, where I'm trying to get to the bottom of things and they're trying to keep the peace. Can anyone relate to this, lovelies? Oh, I am loving all the comments about navigating conflicts with partners who have different communication styles. It's like we're all trying to figure out this delicate balance between expressing ourselves and keeping the peace. I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how the tarot suit of your partner's birth card can influence the way you communicate in conflicts? Like if your partner is a Cups card, are they more likely to get emotional and personal in arguments? Or if they're a Swords card, are they more likely to get logical and detached? I've got a friend who's in a relationship with a Cups card, and they're always struggling to navigate the emotional ups and downs, but at the same time, they're also super empathetic and understanding. What about you guys? Can you think of any ways the tarot suit of your partner's birth, how it influences your communication style in conflicts? Ah, lovelies. I think we've really explored the complexities of conflict in relationships. And now I want to shift gears a bit and talk about love tips, specifically how to attract someone you know. I always say that the key to attracting someone is to be your authentic self, Pali, but also to be aware of the energies you are putting out there. Like now and there, if you're feeling anxious or insecure, that's going to radiate out and attract people who are going to feed off this ming. But if you're feeling confident and self-assured, that's going to attract people who are drawn to your light. So, I want to ask you guys, what are some things you are doing to cultivate positive and attractive energy in your daily life? Are you taking care of yourself, practicing self-love and focusing on your passions? Oh, I love this question. Lovely is cultivating a positive and attractive energies. I can love the key to magnetizing love into our lives. For me, it's all about starting the day with a mind-one-tool practice, whether that's meditation, journaling, or just taking a few deep breaths. I also make sure to crave self-care, whether that's getting a massage, taking a relaxing bath, or just curling up with a good book. But I want to hear from you guys. What are some of your favorite ways to boost your energy and attract love? Are you into yoga, hiking, or maybe cooking? Let's get a conversation going. Lovelies. What works for you? Oh my gosh, I'm loving all the comments about self-care and not allowness. It's like Krista. We're all on the same page when it comes to cultivating a positive energy. But I want to take it a step further. Lovelies, what about the law of attraction? Have you guys ever noticed how when you're focusing on something you want, like a specific type of partner or relationship, you start to attract people who embody those qualities? I've got a friend who's looking for someone with a sense of adventure. She started taking up rock climbing and hiking and guess what? She met her partner on a hiking trip. So I want to ask you, guys, what are you focusing on in terms of love and relationships? Are you manifesting a specific type of partner? Or are you more focused on the qualities you want in a relationship? Ah, I am so glad we're exploring the law of attraction. Lovelies. It's like the universe is always responding to our energy and intentions. I am curious. Have any of you guys ever tried using affirmations or visualization to attract a specific type of partner or relationship? I've had some amazing results with this myself, and I love sharing the technique with my clients. For example, I had a client who was looking for someone with a sense of humor. And she started repeating the affirmation, I attract someone who makes me laugh every day. And guess what? She met her partner at the comedy club. So, I want to ask you guys, what are some affirmations or visualizations you're using to attract love into your life? Are you writing them down in a journal, saying them out loud? Or maybe even creating a vision board? Oh, I love it. You guys are sharing your favorite affirmations and visualizations. It's like we're all tapping into this collective energy of love and our journey. I want to share one of my favorite techniques with you. Lovely's It's called the love letter to the universe. Stopping. You write a letter to the universe, describing your ideal partner or relationship. And then you let it go, like a mirror. You release it into the universe and trust that it's going to come back to you in some way. I've had some amazing results with this technique myself, and I've seen it work for my clients too. So I want to ask you, guys, are you willing to give it a try? We can even do a little exercise together. I'll guide you through it and we can write our love letters to the universe together. Oh my gosh, I'm loving the energy in this chat right now. It's like we're all vibrating at the same frequency of love and energy. I am curious, lovelies. What's the most specific thing you've ever asked the universe for in terms of love and relationships? Was it a specific type of partner? Or maybe a certain quality you wanted to attract into your life? For me, it was always about finding someone who shares my sense of humor and adventure, and I'm so grateful to have found that in my life. But I want to hear from you guys. What's the most specific thing you've ever asked the universe for, and did you get it? Oh, I am so glad you guys are sharing your stories. It's like Arnsel. We are all in this together, and I love that. For those of you who are just tuning in, welcome to Daily First Love. This is a safe space where we dish out relationship advice, share our personal stories, and just say about on all things love and loyalty. We've been talking about the law of attraction and how to use affirmations and visualization to attract love into our lives. And I'm loving the energy in this chat right now. If you're new here, consider subscribing and joining our little community so we've got a lot of fun content coming up. From tarot readings to relationship Q and the sessions, and I'd love for you to be a part of it. So, let's get back to our love letters to the universe. Are you guys ready to write yours and see what the universe brings back to you? Okay, lovely. Let's talk about some love tips that can help you attract someone special into your life. I want to share one of my favorite secrets with you. It's all about being clear on what you want. And I don't just mean making a list of qualities you are looking for in a partner. I mean really getting deep and understanding what makes you tick, what makes you happy, and what you are willing to stand for in a relationship. When you are clear on what you want, you start to emit this energy that's like magnets, attracting people who are on the same vibration as you. So I want to ask you guys, what's one thing you're looking for in a partner that you're not compromising on? Is it someone who shares your love for adventure, or maybe someone who's passionate about their work? Let's get the conversation started. And maybe we can even do a little exercise to help you guys get clear on what you want. Oh, I love that. You guys are sharing your non-negotiables. It's like meal. We're all getting so clear on what we want, and I can feel the energy shifting in this chat. I've got a question for you. Lovelace, have you ever noticed how sometimes you'll meet someone who ticks all the boxes, but here's just something missing? That's because we're not just looking for qualities in a partner, we're looking for a frequency that matches ours. So I want to ask you, what's the will you are looking for in a partner? Is it someone who's playful and spontaneous printer? Or maybe someone who's a little more serious and introspective? Let's explore this further, and maybe we can even do a little tarot reading to help us tap into them. Oh, I am loving the vids you guys are sharing. It's like we're all tuning into this frequency of love and allotery, and it's so beautiful. I've got a question for you, lovelies. Have you ever thought about how your zodiac sign might influence the woman you are looking for in a partner? Like, if you are a fire sign, you might be drawn to someone who's passionate and adventurous. While if you are an earth sign, you might be looking for someone who's more grounded and practical. Hey P. Oh, you are Elodie. I love it. What's your zodiac sign? Amigo? Let's explore this further. What's your zodiac sign? And do you think it influences the type of partner you are attracted to? I'm loving all these insights, lovelies. It's like we're peeling back the layers and getting to the heart of what we're really looking for in a partner. I've got a question for you, Shikosho, 1990. You mentioned you're looking for someone who's passionate and intent, but also has a more playful side. That's such an interesting combination. Do you think that's because Moinos are naturally drawn to depth and intensity, but also have a bit of a mischievous streak and Gemini glow? I loved your comment about looking for someone who's spontaneous and adventurous as a Gemini. You are naturally drawn to variety and excitement, so it makes sense that you drawn to a partner who can keep up with that energy. What do you guys think? Are there any other zodiac signs out there who feel like their sun influences their ideal partner while both? Oh, I'm so glad you guys are enjoying this discussion. It's like we're unlocking the secrets of the universe, one zodiac sign at a time. I've got a question for you, Kesakoti. You are looking for someone who's nurturing and caring good, which is totally on brand for a Cancer. But what about the flip side mind? Do you think Cancers are also drawn to partners who can provide a sense of security and stability? Like Apt, are you guys naturally wired to seek out partners who can offer a sense of home and comfort? And don't even get me started on the moon signs. I feel like that's a whole other layer of complexity when it comes to understanding our ideal partner warmer. What do you guys think? Should we dive deeper into the world of moon signs and see what insights we can uncover? You guys are totally on fire with these insights, and I am loving every minute of it. Now let's talk about some love tips. How can we attract someone who's on our team? You know, someone who's got that special something that makes our hearts skip a beat. I've got a little secret to share with you. It's all about vibrating at the right frequency. Think about it, lovelies, when you're feeling confident, passionate, and like the best version of yourself. You are basically putting out a beacon of light that says, hey, I am over here, master, and I am ready for love. So, what are some things you guys do to get in that mindset? To feel like you are radiating love and delegating? Do you have any favorite self-care rituals? Or is there something that just makes you feel like a total boss? Oh my gosh, I am so glad you guys are loving this discussion. It's like we're really getting to the heart of what makes us tick. I love what you said Monday in 1990 about needing someone who can match your intensity, but also bring a little bit of fun to the table and genuine glow. Your comment about seeking out someone who's spontaneous and adventurous is so on point. I feel like that's what makes life so exciting, right? Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into this idea of vibrating at the right frequency. I want to hear from you, lovelies. What are some things that make you feel like you are in your power? Like you're radiating confidence and tanature. Is it a good workout? A face mask? Or maybe a quiet night with a good book? Let's share some of our favorite self-care rituals and see if we can't attract some amazing energy into our lives. Oh, you guys are totally speaking my language now. Self-care rituals are like my favorite thing to talk about, I swear. When I'm feeling stressed or overwhelmed, a good cooking session is like the ultimate therapy for me. Here is something about chopping dishes and stirring pots that just calms my mind and gets me back in my body. You know, and I love what you said, Earth Angel, about needing someone who can keep up with your energy. I am all about that too. Okay, so let's talk about this idea of vibrating at the right frequency. Do you guys think that's something we can actually practice like on a daily basis? Intentionally choose to vibrate at a certain frequency? Or is it more of a natural thing that happens where we're feeling good? Oh my goodness, you guys are so on point. Today I love it. I think we can totally practice vibrating at the right frequency on a daily basis. It's all about being mindful of our energy and choosing to cultivate elegy. For me, it's about setting intention in the morning, you know, taking a few minutes to meditate and focus on what I want to attract into my life. And I love what you said, Kati, about the power of gratitude nidus. When we focus on what we're thankful for, it's like our whole energy shifts. Alright, so I want to ask you guys, what are some ways you set intentions and cultivate energy in your daily lives? Do you have a morning routine that sets you up for success? Or is there something you do before bed to wind down and get ready for the next day? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. You guys are sharing so many amazing tips and tricks for cultivating Liladuri and good ally and Kesakuti. I am so glad you brought up gratitude. It's like hell. The ultimate game changer for shifting our energy. Okay, so I want to ask you, have you ever noticed how certain people just seem to radiate energy and good good? No matter what's going on in their lives, like they're just naturally magnetic and attractive, and you can't help but want to be around them. What do you think is the secret to their success? Lovelies, is it something they're doing intentionally, or is it just a natural personality? Oh my goodness, I am loving all the culture comments coming in. You guys are absolutely on fire today. I think what you said to the lover about people who radiate energy being naturally confident and self-assured is so spot on. When we feel good about ourselves, we're like magnets for good Mia and positive energy. And I love what you said, Spaniel savvy, about the importance of self-care in maintaining that layer chamber. Taking care of ourselves is like the foundation of everything. Isn't it so? I want to ask you one. Have you ever noticed how your relationships change when you are feeling confident and self-assured? Like, do you attract different types of people into your life? Or do your existing relationships shift in some way? Oh, I'm so glad you guys are enjoying this conversation. And welcome to all our new lovelies who are just tuning in. If you are new here, consider this your official welcome to Daily Affairs. Count, where we dish out relationship advice, self-care tips, and a whole lot of real talk. Oh, but a dash of astrology and tarot magic thrown in for good measure. So, let's keep a conversation going, Sanjio Savvy. I loved your comment about self-care being the foundation of everything. And I want to dive deeper into that. How do you crave self-care in your daily life? And what are some non-negotiables for you when it comes to taking care of yourself? Oh, I'm loving all the thoughtful responses, lovelies. Anastasia Savikel. I am so glad you shared your self-care non-negotiables with us. Uniting sleep, exercise, and meditation is like the ultimate trifecta for maintaining elegy and good panko. And I am curious on about pure Pisces Pearl. You mentioned earlier that you are a total introvert and need alone time to recharge. How do you make self-care work for you when you're feeling drained or overwhelmed? And what are some of your favorite ways to relax and unwind? Oh, Pisces Pearl, I'm so glad you shared that with us. And I have to say, I am totally resonating with the whole introvert thing. As a busy TikTok creator and divorce lawyer, I need my alone time to recharge too, girl. And I love how you mentioned reading and listening to music as some of your favorite ways to unwind. Here's something so therapeutic about getting lost in a good book, or great to us, isn't that? So I want to ask you, what are some of your favorite ways to practice self-care when you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed? Do you have any go-to rituals or activities that help you calm down and center yourself? I am loving all these amazing self-care ideas, lovelies. And I want to share one of my own favorite rituals with you. I'm a total gardening corner, and here is something so therapeutic about getting my hands dirty and watching my plants grow. I swear, it's like a form of meditation for me. And it always helps me clear my head and feel more centered. So I am curious, do any of you have a green thumb? Or is there another creative activity that helps you unwind and express yourself? Maybe you are a painter, a writer, or a dancer. Oh, I am so excited to hear from more of you lollies. And Rosing Raven, I love how you mentioned painting as a way to express yourself and unwind. Here is something so beautiful about creating something with your own hands, isn't there? And I am curious, do you find that your art is influenced by your emotions? Or do you tend to create more from a place of calm and clarity? And while we're on the topic of authenticity and self-care, I want to ask how. Has anyone ever tried using tarot or oracle cards as a way to tap into their intuition and guide their self-care practice? Oh, I just love where this conversation is going, lovelies. And I am so grateful for all of your amazing insights and ideas mine. It's truly inspiring to see how many of you are recognizing your self-care and making time for the things that bring you joy and fulfillment. So I want to dive a bit deeper into the world of tarot and oracle cards, because I am a total believer in their power to help us tap into our intuition and gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Has anyone ever had a particularly profound or eye-opening experience with tarot or oracle cards, either in a reading or through personal use? I'd love to hear about it. And maybe we can even do a little collective reading to see what the universe has in store for us. Luna Love 23. I am so glad you shared that amazing story about how tarot helped you navigate a difficult practice. It's such a powerful reminder that these tools can be a source of guidance and comfort during tough times. And I'm loving all the different perspectives on tarot and oracle cards that are coming in. It's clear that we've got a community of intuitive and spiritually minded lovelies here. And I am so grateful to be a part of it. Now I would ask, knowing. Has anyone ever explored the connection between tarot and astrology? And how our zodiac signs might influence our relationships with the cards? I've got some thoughts on this that I'd love to share. And I'd love to hear from you all as well. Oh, nothing. I'm so glad we're diving deeper into the world of tarot and astrology, because it's the perfect earnate into our next topic: love tips and how to attract someone special into your life. You know, I always say that understanding your zodiac sign and how it influences your energy can be a total game changer when it comes to dating and relationships. For example, if you are a fire sign like Aries or Leo good, you are probably naturally drawn to bold and passionate connections. But if you are a water sign like Cancer or Square, you're more about that and emotional intimacy. So I want to ask, what's your zodiac sign, lovelies? And how do you think it influences your approach to love and relationships? Oh, I am loving all the zodiac signs that are popping up in the chat. Lovelies, we've got a great mix of fire, water, earth, and air signs represented. Then I am excited to dive deeper into how each of these elements influences our approach to love. So, let's talk about the air signs for second dynasty: Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. I am looking at you, lovelies. Air signs are all about intellectual connection and communication. So when it comes to dating, you are probably looking for someone who can keep up with your quick wit and love of conversation. But how do you balance that need for intellectual stimulation with the desire for emotional intimacy and depth in a relationship pipe? That's the million-dollar question, lovelies, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Oh, I'm so glad we're exploring this question, lovelies, because it's something that I think a lot of air signs struggle with mind. How to balance that need for intellectual connection with the desire for emotional intimacy. And I think it's especially relevant for Geminis Mutter, who are notorious for their quick wit and love of variety. How do you keep things fresh and exciting in a relationship without getting bored, restless? I've got a thought on this, lovelies. What if the key to balancing intellectual connection with emotional intimacy is to find someone who can meet you on both levels? Someone who can keep up with your quick wit, but also understands and supports your emotional needs. Is that kind with any of my family lovelies out there? Oh, lovelies, I am loving this conversation so much. And I think we're just scratching the surface of how our zodiac signs influence our approach to love and relationships. You know, it's funny, as a divorce lawyer, I've seen so many relationships that have struggled with this exact issue. Finding someone who can meet you on both an intellectual and emotional level. And I think that's why I'm so passionate about helping people understand their zodiac signs, and how they can use that knowledge to attract someone special into their lives. What to ask Wasm? Has anyone out there had an experience where they felt like they found someone who truly understood and supported them on both levels? And if so, what was that like, lovelies? Oh, I am so glad we're having this conversation, lovelies, because I think it's really getting to the heart of what makes a relationship tick. You know, as a tech school creator, I've had the opportunity to connect with so many of you and hear about your experiences with love and relationships. And I have to say, it's been really eye-opening. I've noticed that a lot of you air signs out there are naturally drawn to other air signs, Gemini and Aquarius. I'm looking at you. But what happens when you are in a relationship with someone from a different element, like a fire sign or an earth sign? How do you navigate those differences and find common ground? I want to hear from you. Lovelies, have any of you had experience dating someone from a different element? And if so, what was that like? Oh, lovelies, I am loving the energy of this conversation so much. And I think we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of what makes a relationship work. You know, I've been thinking about my own experiences as a divorce lawyer. And I have noticed that a lot of the couples I've worked with who have struggled with intellectual and emotional intimacy have been from different elements. For example, I had a client who was a fire sign, a Leo too, and she was dating an earth sign, a Taurus. Now on paper, it seemed like a great match. I balanced each other out. The Leo brought excitement and passion to the relationship, and the Taurus brought stability and practicality. But in reality, they just couldn't seem to connect on an emotional level. The Leo felt like Taurus was too dull, too boring. And the Taurus felt like Leo was too dramatic, too unpredictable. So devoted. I want to ask you all this. Have any of you experienced something similar? Where you felt like you were with someone from a different element, but just couldn't seem to connect on a deeper level? Oh please, I am so intrigued by this topic, and I think it's time to take it a step further. Let's talk about the water signs, Mises, Cancers, Scorpions, and Pisces. You guys are known for being so emotional and empathetic. But how do you navigate relationships when you're with someone who doesn't understand or appreciate your emotional depth? I've worked with so many water signs who have felt like they're being drained or ignored in their relationships. Neutral Shand, have any of you experienced this? And if so, how did you handle it? Oh, lovelies, I am loving the discussion so far. And I am so glad we're diving deeper into the world of elements and relationships sooner. As a lover myself, I've always been drawn to the idea of balance and harmony in relationships there. But I've also learned that sometimes that balance can be a bit of a myth. I mean, let's be real, relationships are messy and complicated, and sometimes we just have to roll with it. But I do think that understanding our own elements and the elements of our partners can help us navigate those challenges. So let's keep the conversation going. What do you guys think about the idea of elemental compatibility? And do you think it's something that can make or break a relationship? All of these. I'm seeing some new faces in the chat. And I want to give a big welcome to all of you who are just joining us. If you're new here, my name is Dillyfair. And I'm a decorated kid and divorce lawyer who's passionate about helping people navigate the ups and downs of relationships. This channel is all about turning relationship pitfalls into valuable lessons. And I'm so glad you're here to join the conversation. We're currently diving into the world of elemental compatibility, and I want to hear from you. What's your sign? And have you ever felt like you were with someone from a different element who just didn't get you? How lovely. I'm loving them all in the chat right now. And I want to share something that I think is really interesting. I was doing a tarot reading for a client the other day, and I pulled the Eight of Cups, which is all about emotional closure and moving on from something that's no longer serving us. But what really stood out to me was that my client was a Pisces. And I realized that Pisces are often naturally intuitive about knowing when it's time to move on from a relationship. So I want to ask you guys, do you think your sign influences your ability to know when it's time to end a relationship? And if so, how do you tap into that intuition? Oh my goodness, lovelies. I am seeing so many great responses in the chat. And I want to dive deeper into this idea of intuition and knowing when it's time to end the relationship. It's so interesting that some of you are saying that your sign has helped you tap into that intuition, while others are saying that you've had to learn to trust your instincts over time. I want to ask, have any of you ever been in a relationship where you knew it was time to end it, but you stayed because you were afraid of being alone or unsure what was next? Oh my goodness, lovelies. I am loving this conversation so much, and I want to keep it going all night long. But before we dive deeper, I just want to take a quick see to remind you all to hit that subscribe button and the little bell icon to turn on notifications so you can stay up to date on all my latest streams and videos. And if you are enjoying the conversation so far, please give it a like and a share. It really helps me out and lets me know that you're enjoying the content. Now, let's get back to it. I want to hear more about your experiences with intuition and knowing when it's time to end the relationship. Have any of you ever had a moment where you just knew it was time to move on, but you weren't sure what was holding you back? Oh, lovelies. I am seeing so many of you sharing your personal stories and experiences with intuition and knowing when it's time to end a relationship. And I'm literally getting chills reading through the chat. I want to share another interesting tidbit that I think might resonate with some of you. I've noticed that when people are in a relationship, it's no longer sewing them. I often start to experience physical symptoms like anxiety or insomnia. And I think that's our body's way of telling us that something is off. So, hun, I want to ask you, have any of you ever experienced physical symptoms that you think were related to a toxic or unhealthy relationship? And if so, how did you address them? Oh my goodness, sweethearts, I'm loving the honesty and vulnerability that's pouring into the chat right now. I think it's so fascinating that we're talking about the physical symptoms that can arise from toxic relationships. And I want to take it a step further. For those of you who have experienced anxiety or insomnia due to a relationship, did you find that your intuition was trying to tell you something, but your mind was overriding it? Was there a moment where you finally listened to your body and made a change quiet? Or did it take a toll on your physical health before you realized what was happening? Okay, lovelies, I want to explore this further, Corn. Let's talk about the moment when your mind finally catches up with your body and intuition. It was like my mind was trying to convince me that everything was fine too, but my body was screaming at me to get out. I think that's when tarot cards and astrology can come in handy. They can give us a glimpse into our subconscious mind and what's really going on. So, Terry, I want to ask, have any of you ever used tarot cards or astrology to help you navigate a difficult relationship or decision? Oh my goodness, I am loving the conversation that's unfolding here. And I think we're just scratching the surface of how our intuition and physical bodies can guide us in relationships. I want to share a personal experience with tarot cards that really helped me see the writing on the wall in a past relationship. I did a reading and kept getting the Eight of Swords, which is all about feeling trapped and limited, and at the time, I was trying to convince myself that everything was fine, but deep down, I knew I was feeling suffocated. So I want to ask, has anyone else ever had a tarot card or astrological sign show up repeatedly in their readings? And if so, how did you interpret it in the context of your relationship? Oh, sweet Pia, I am so glad you brought up the Eight of Swords in your previous message. It's like the universe is nudging us to explore this theme further. I totally get how it can be scary to acknowledge those feelings of being trapped, but I truly believe that's where the magic happens, when we finally allow ourselves to see the truth. So, I want to take it a step further. Have any of you ever experienced a situation where you felt like you were stuck between your heart and your head, like your intuition was screaming at you to leave? and your mind was holding on to the hope of making it work. Oh, I love where this conversation is headed. Lovely ones. So I was thinking, what if we took it a step further and explored how our zodiac signs play a role in these situations? Are some signs more prone to ignoring their intuition and holding on to hope brewyer, while others are more likely to trust their gut and take belief? I'm thinking maybe the fire signs like Aries and Leo are more inclined to follow their hearts and intuition, while the air signs like Gemini and Aquarius might be more likely to overthink things and ignore their gut feelings. What do you guys think? Am I onto something here? Or am I just reading too much into it? Oh, I am loving the energy of this conversation. It's like we're all connecting the dots between our intuition, zodiac signs, and relationship patterns. I want to ask, have any of you ever noticed how your zodiac sign traits can sometimes work against you in relationships? Like maybe as a water sign, you are naturally more emotional and empathetic material, but that can also make you more prone to people pleasing and ignoring your own needs. Eily, maybe as an earth sign, you are all about stability and security, but that can sometimes make you stay in a relationship that's not serving you out of fear of being alone. Let's explore this further. What are some common pitfalls that you think your zodiac sign might be prone to in relationships? And how can we work around those tendencies to build healthier partnerships? Oh, I'm so glad we're diving deeper into these loves. I want to share a personal experience. As a divorce lawyer, I've seen how our zodiac signs can influence our relationship patterns. And I have to say, it's been eye-opening. I am a lion mice. And I know how my natural tendency to want to be the center of attention can sometimes make me overlook the needs of my partner. But being aware of that trait has helped me work on being more considerate and empathetic in my relationships. I am curious. Have any of you ever noticed how your zodiac sign's strengths and weaknesses play out in your relationships? And how have you learned to balance those tendencies to create a more harmonious partnership? Oh, I love that we're getting into the nitty-gritty of how our zodiac signs can impact our relationships. All great. Loves, I am thinking, maybe our zodiac signs can also influence how we communicate in relationships like our own. Are some signs more direct and to the point, while others are more diplomatic and avoid conflict? I am okay at choose Sigurios and Gavanis. How do you think your natural communication styles affect your relationships? And have you ever had to adapt to your partner's communication style to avoid misunderstandings? I'm so glad we're having this conversation. Loves, it's like we're all speaking the same language now. I want to thank you all for tuning in and sharing your thoughts on how your zodiac signs impact your relationships. If you're enjoying this chat today, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and the little heart button to show some love. It really helps me keep this conversation going and creates a community around us. I am curious, what do you think is the most important thing to consider when navigating a relationship as a spiritual person? Is it the other person's energy, their intentions, or something else entirely? Okay, loves, let's switch gears a bit and talk about the love tips, specifically how to attract someone who's truly right for you. I've got a little secret to share. It's all about vibrating at the right frequency. Think about it when you are feeling confident and self-assured, Frida, and you just radiate this magnetic energy that draws people to you. It's like your aura is saying, "Hey, I'm a cat, come and get me." My question to you is, what do you think is the key to tapping into that confident Chubia? Attractive energy. And how can you incorporate that into your daily life to attract someone special? Oh, I'm loving the energy in this chat, love. It's like we're all on the same vibration. I want to dive deeper into this idea of vibrating at the right frequency to attract someone special. It's really interesting that some of you mentioned the importance of self-love and self-care in your comments. So spot on. And we take care of ourselves physically, emotionally, and spiritually. We start to radiate this energy of wholeness and completeness, which is super attractive to others. Sana, I want to ask, what are some of your favorite self-care practices that help you feel confident and self-assured mode? And do you think those practices have helped you attract positive relationships into your life? You know, loves, I think it's so interesting that we're talking about self-care and how it relates to attracting positive relationships, because it really goes hand in hand with the concept of self-love. When we love and accept ourselves just as we are, flaws and all, we start to emit this energy of worthiness, and that's like super magnetic. So I want to ask, what do you think is the biggest misconception people have about self-love? And how can we work to shift that narrative in our own lives to attract more love and joy? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Loves, I was just thinking, Joni, have you guys ever noticed how sometimes when we're in a relationship, we tend to lose ourselves in the process of trying to make the other person happy? Like Mo, we forget what we want and need when we start to compromise our own values and desires. That's like a major red flag. Because when we don't crave our own happiness and fulfillment, we can start to feel resentful and unfulfilled in the relationship. So I want to ask, how do you guys think we can strike a balance between nurturing our own needs and desires while also being in a loving and symbiotic partnership with someone else. Hey loves, welcome back to the Daily Fair Shower for those who are just tuning in. I am your host, Della Fire, a divorce lawyer turned TikTok creator, and I am so glad you are here. We're having an amazing conversation about self-love, self-care, and how it relates to attracting positive relationships into our lives. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing and hitting that notification bell because we dive into all things love, relationship, and personal growth with a dash of humor and a whole lot of realness. Now, let's get back to the conversation. Anina, I want to hear more about how you guys crave all your own needs and desires in a relationship. Do you put yourself first, or do you tend to put your partner's need before your own rail? Let's chat about it in the comments below. Oh, I love all the comments pouring in, loves. You guys are sharing some amazing insights and experiences. I want to touch on something that Rachel mentioned in the comments about how self-love isn't always easy, especially when we've been conditioned to put others first. I totally get that, and I think that's where self-care comes in. It's not just about taking a relaxing bath or getting a massage, although those things are amazing and interesting. It's about making intentional choices that nourish our mind, body, and soul. So I want to ask, what's one self-care practice that you guys have incorporated into your daily routine? And how has it impacted your life and relationships? I am loving conversation, loves. So I want to dive a bit deeper into this self-care thing, because I think it's really key to maintaining our sense of identity and autonomy in a relationship. I mean, when we crave our own needs and desires, we're more likely to show up fully in our relationships, and that's when the magic happens, right? So let's talk about boundaries, because I think that's a big part of self-care, especially in romantic relationships. What are some non-negotiables for you guys? What boundaries do you set with your partner? And how do you communicate them in a way that feels loving and respectful? I am so glad we're having this conversation, loves, because it's really getting to the heart of what it means to show up fully in our relationships. I want to thank each and every one of you for sharing your thoughts and experiences with me. It truly means the world. If you are enjoying this chat, be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content like this. I've got some amazing topics lined up for you guys in the coming weeks, and I wouldn't want you to miss out. Let's keep the conversation going. Loves, what are some deal breakers for you when it comes to boundaries in a relationship? And how do you know when it's time to reevaluate or even walk away? Oh, I'm so curious to hear your thoughts on deal breakers, love. Because I think that's a really important conversation to have, as a divorce lawyer. I've seen so many relationships end because of boundary issues, and it's just heartbreaking. So, Brady, I want to share a little something that I like to call the venomous vs vulnerability, validation, and vindictiveness. These are the 3 V's that can either make or break a relationship. And I think understanding how they play out in our partnerships is crucial to building something that lasts. What do you guys think? Have you ever experienced any of the venomous ones in a relationship? And how did you navigate them? How I'm loving the engagement. Blouse. I can see we got a lot of thoughtful comments pouring in. I want to touch on something that caught my eye. The idea that vulnerability can be both a strength and a weakness in a relationship. As a TikTok creator, I've seen how being vulnerable can help us connect with others on a deeper level. But it can also leave us open to hurt and exploitation. So, how do we navigate that delicate balance, loves? How do we know when to be vulnerable and when to protect ourselves? Share your thoughts. And let's keep the conversation going. Oh, I am so glad you guys are diving into this topic. It's really getting juicy. I want to explore this idea of vulnerability a bit further, because I think it's so important to understand how to be open with our partners without putting ourselves at risk. As a Leo rising, I've always been drawn to being the center of attention, but that can also make me vulnerable to hurt and criticism, so I've had to learn how to navigate that and set boundaries in my own relationships. What about you, love? How do you balance being vulnerable with protecting yourself? Oh, I love how we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of bell-to-ility. Now, loves, it's like we all want to be able to be our true selves in a relationship, but at the same time we don't want to get hurt. And I think that's where that line comes in. When we feel seen and heard by our partner, it makes us feel safer to be vulnerable. But what happens when that testing isn't there, or when it's conditional? Guys think it's possible to build a healthy relationship without that turning high? Or is it a non-negotiable for you? Oh, loves, I'm so glad we're having this conversation. It's really making me think about my own relationships and how I navigate vulnerability. As a divorce lawyer, I've seen how a lack of helicoptering can really erode a relationship. But at the same time, I've also seen how it can be a major red flag if someone is constantly seeking deadline from their partner. So I want to ask you guys, what are your non-negotiables when it comes to dating and in a relationship? Make sure to hit that like button if you are enjoying this conversation. And don't forget to subscribe for more content on love, relationships, and self-growth. Oh, loves, now that we've talked about fertility and desighting, let's switch gears a bit and talk about love tips, specifically how to attract someone. I think a lot of us can get caught up in trying to be the perfect partner or putting on a certain image, but at the end of the day, what really attracts someone is authenticity and confidence. So my question to you guys is, what do you think is the most attractive quality in a partner? And how do you embody that in your own life? Do you think it's possible to fake it till you make it? Or do you need to genuinely possess those qualities to attract some way? Oh, I love all the comments coming in, loves. You guys are really making me think so. I was just reading this comment from Sarah, who said that she thinks a sense of humor is the most attractive quality in a partner. And I have to agree. Here is nothing like laughing with someone to create a connection. But I also want to throw in that I think self-awareness is super attractive too. When someone can acknowledge their own flaws and imperfections, it's like totally refreshing. What do you guys think? Can self-awareness be sexy to you, or is that just me? Oh, I'm loving this conversation, loves. I think we're really getting to the heart of what makes a connection with someone so special. I want to ask you guys, have you ever been in a situation where you are totally drawn to someone, but you couldn't quite put your finger on why? Like, was it their energy, their confidence, or something else entirely? I've had that experience before, and it's like conjure. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what it was about them that had me so captivated. And then I started thinking about my own astrological signs. As some Mars here, I'm naturally drawn to mystery and intensity, so maybe that's what I was picking up on. But I want to hear from you guys. What's the most inexplicable attraction you've ever felt? And did it end up working out in the end? Oh, I am so glad you guys are sharing your thoughts on what makes someone attractive. Because it's really making me think about my own experiences as a divorce lawyer. I have seen so many relationships where one partner was trying to be someone they're not, Maria, and it just didn't work out in the end. But when people are true to themselves and own their quirks, that's when the magic happens. I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how some people just seem to radiate confidence? Even if they're not the most conventionally attractive person, what do you think is behind that confidence? And how can we tap into that ourselves? Go, loves. I am loving the conversation that's unfolding here. I think we're really getting to the roots of what makes someone attractive. And it's not just about physical appearance. I want to share a little story with you, guys. I had a client once who was in a relationship with someone who was on paper perfect, but she was miserable because he was trying to be someone he wasn't. And it was just so draining for her. But when she finally found the courage to be herself and own her quirks, that's when she attracted someone who truly loved her for who she was. So I want to ask you guys, how do you think we can apply that same principle to our own lives? How can we stop trying to be someone we're not and just own our weirdness? Oh my gosh, I'm getting so many amazing responses from you guys, and I am loving the honesty. I think we can all relate to trying to be someone we're not at some point in our lives. But it's just so freeing when we finally let go of that and just own our quirks. I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how some people just seem to have this effortless charm? Like they're not even trying. I'm thinking of my own tarot readings and how the Emperor card is all about embracing our authenticity and leadership. How can we tap into that same energy and just be our amazing selves without apology? Hello, new loves who just joined us. Welcome to Dali Fair's channel, where we dish out real talk on relationships, love, and self-discovery. If you are new here, consider this your warm welcome hug. We're in the middle of a juicy conversation about what makes someone attractive morally. And I'm loving the vulnerability and honesty from our amazing community. For those who might have missed it, we're exploring how being true to ourselves and owning our quirks is actually the key to radiating confidence and attracting meaningful relationships. What do you think? New loves, what's your take on this? Share your thoughts. And let's keep the conversation going. Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Love circle. Let's talk about some practical love tips on how to attract someone who truly can with us. I think it all starts with self-awareness and self-acceptance. Knowing what makes us unique and embracing those quirks. For example, if you are a hopeless romantic, don't try to be someone who's all about casual flings. Own a romantic heart of yours and let it shine. And I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how some zodiac signs just seem to have a natural charm to them? Like Leo Sun for the confidence and wig. But what if you are not a Leo? How can you tap into that same energy and attract someone who loves you for who you are? Share your thoughts, loves. I am loving the discussion around zodiac signs and their natural charm, loves. I think it's so interesting how some signs just seem to have this effortless confidence. Like they're not even trying. I do, you know. I truly believe that charm's not just limited to certain signs. We all have the potential to tap into that same energy, I mean. Think about it. If you are a Monsieur, you've got that intense passion and magnetism that can draw people in. And if you are a Gemini, you've got that quick wit and charm that can light up a room. So I want to ask you guys, what's your zodiac sign? And how do you think it influences your charm and confidence? Let's get into it, loves. Oh, I'm loving energy in this chat. Loves. We've got a mix of Leos, Jutsu, and Gemini's sharing their thoughts on how their zodiac signs influence their charm and confidence. It's so fascinating to see how these signs naturally tap into their unique strengths. But I want to ask you, guys, what about more introverted signs? Like the Pisces or the Cancers? How do you guys own your charm and confidence in a way that feels authentic to you? Do you think being more reserved or emotional can actually be a strength in attracting meaningful relationships? Let's hear from our introverted loves out there. I love how we're exploring this topic from different angles. Loves, I was thinking, what if our charm and confidence aren't just about our zodiac signs, but also about the energies we're drawn to? Like maybe as a Pisces, you are naturally empathetic and can tap into the emotions of others, which can be super attractive to someone who values depth and connection. Or as a Kefsha, your nurturing energy can make people feel seen and cared for, which is a total turn on. So Manto, I want to ask you guys, do you think there's a specific energy or amulet that you are drawn to in others? And how do you think that reflects your own charm and competence? Share your thoughts, loves. Oh, I am so glad you guys are enjoying this convo, loves. I want to dive deeper into this idea of energy and alike. Have you ever noticed how some people just seem to radiate this warm, fuzzy feeling? And you can't help but be drawn to them. That's some serious charm right there. And I think it's because they're tapping into this energy of vitality and openness, which is super attractive to others. So I want to ask you, what do you think is the most charming energy or vibe that you encountered in someone? And how do you think you can cultivate that in yourself? Is it a sense of humor, a listening ear, or something else entirely? Let's explore this. Loves. Oh, I love how we're getting into the nitty-gritty of what makes someone charming, loves. You know, Bear, I was thinking, what if it's not just about the energy we're drawn to paint, but also about how we show up in our relationships, like hell? Do you guys think it's possible to cultivate a sense of charm and confidence by being more authentic and true to ourselves? I mean, think about it when you're around someone who's unapologetically themselves. It's like this magnetic force that draws you in. So I want to ask you, how do you think we can tap into that authenticity and let our true selves shine in our relationships? Is it about embracing our quirks, being more vulnerable, or something else entirely? Share your thoughts, loves. Oh, I am loving the conversation so far, loves. It's really making me think about how we can apply these concepts to our everyday lives like joy. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt like you were trying too hard to be charming or confident, but it just wasn't coming across as authentic? I know I have, and it's like this huge relief when you can just let your guard down and be yourself. So, I want to ask you, what are some ways that you guys have learned to let go of trying to be perfect and just be your amazing selves? Is it through mental self-care or something else entirely? Let's chat about it, loves. Oh, loves. I'm so glad we're having this convo about being our authentic selves in relationships. It's like the more we can tap into our true energies and inner joy, the more attractive we become to others. And I think that's because when we're being authentic hearting, we're not trying to put on this perfect facade or pretend to be someone we're not. So let's talk about love tips. What are some ways that you guys have learned to attract someone who truly eye with you? Is it about being more confident, embracing your passions, or something else entirely? I want to hear from you, loves. Oh, I am loving the energy of this conversation, loves. I think we're really getting to the heart of what makes someone charming and attractive to others. You know, I was thinking, what if it's not just about how we show up in our relationships, but also about how we show up for ourselves? Like, do you guys think self-love and self-acceptance play a huge role in being able to attract someone who truly uniting with us? I mean, when we love and accept ourselves, we're not trying to fill a void or get static from someone else in this life. This incredibly attractive energy. So I want to ask you, Bruce, how do you guys practice self-love and self-care? And how do you think that impacts your relationships? Oh, Laos, I am so glad we're diving deeper into this topic of self-love and self-acceptance. It's like, the more we love ourselves, the more we can love others, right? I want to share a little story with guys. I was working with a client recently called, and she was struggling to attract someone who truly valued her. And when we dug deeper, we realized that she was still carrying around a lot of self-doubt and negative self-talk. So when we worked on some affirmations and self-care practices, and it's like her whole energy shifted. He started to radiate this confidence and self-love, and guess what? She started attracting someone who truly vibed with her. So I want to ask you, loves, what are some affirmations or self-care practices that you guys use to cultivate self-love and self-acceptance? Oh, loves, I am so loving the energy of this conversation. And I want to take it a step further. Let's talk about the law of attraction and how it plays a role in attracting someone who truly care with us. You know, I was thinking, what if it's not just about putting out positive anything, but also about being clear about what we want in a partner? Like, have you guys ever taken the time to really think about what you want in a relationship and then actually written it down? I want to share a little exercise with you, guys, that I like to call manifesting your ideal match. It's like you take a piece of paper and you write down all the qualities, traits, friend, and characteristics that you want in a partner, and then you put it out into the universe. And I swear, loves, it's like the universe starts to conspire to bring that person to you. Oh, loves, I am so glad we're exploring the law of attraction and manifesting our ideal match. I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how sometimes when we're really clear about what we want, the universe just seems to bring it to us? Like I was talking to a friend recently, and she was telling me about how she manifested her partner by writing down exactly what she wanted. And it's like every single quality she wrote down her partner had. So I want to challenge you guys to take some time today to write down what you want in a partner and then put it out into the universe. And I want to hear from you, loves. What are some qualities or traits that you are looking for in a partner? And how do you think the law of attraction can help bring that person to you? Oh, loves, I am so loving the energy of this conversation. And I want to take it a step further. You know, I was thinking too. What if we took this manifesting exercise to the next level by incorporating some astrology into it? Like Kuwait. Have you guys ever thought about what your Venus sign says about what you're attracted to in a partner? I'm a total astrology cannot, and I love how it can give us insight into our love lives. So, I want to ask you, loves, what's your Venus sign? And do you think it's accurate in describing what you are drawn to in a partner? Oh, loves, I am so glad you guys are excited about incorporating astrology into our manifesting exercise. Venus signs can be so telling when it comes to what we're attracted to in a partner. And I've seen it time and time again in my own life and in the lives of my clients. Like as a Taurus Venus, I am all about stability and sensuality in a relationship. And I've found that when I am with someone who values those things too, it's like our connection is just on a whole other level. So, I want to hear from you. Loves, what's a Venus sign? And how do you think it influences your love life? Do you think it's a major factor in who you are drawn to Nake? Or is it more of a subtle thing for you? Oh, loves, I am so loving all the Venus sign shares in the chat. It's like we're getting a total peek into each other's love lives, you know? I was thinking, Nori, What if we took it a step further and looked at how our Venus signs interact with our partner's Venus signs? Like if cut clients who were totally compatible on paper, but their Venus signs were like totally at odds, and it created this major tension in the relationship. So one, I want to ask you guys, have you ever looked at the Venus sign compatibility between you and your partner? Or even just someone you are crashing on? Oh my gosh, loves. I am loving all the Venus sign shares in the chat. And I'm seeing some really interesting patterns emerging. What, Kale, sorry? I've noticed that a lot of you Taurus and Virgo Venuses are drawn to stability and practicality in a partner, whereas some of our more fiery Venus signs like Leo and Aries are all about passion and excitement, and then there are our water signs like Cancer and Pisces Red, who are all about deep emotional connections and intimacy. So I want to ask you, guys, do you think your Venus sign influences not just who you are attracted to you, but also how you approach relationships in general? Like, do you find yourself valuing certain qualities or experiences over others because of your Venus sign? Our loves, I am totally fascinated by the connections you are making between your Venus signs and your approach to relationships. I've seen how my own Taurus Venus can sometimes make me a bit too practical or cautious in love. But at the same time, it's also helped me build some really strong and lasting connections with people. And I'm curious, have any of you ever found that your Venus sign has influenced not just your romantic relationships, but also your friendships, or even your relationships with family members? Like, do you find that you are drawn to certain types of people or experiences in all areas of your life because of your Venus sign? You know, I have had some clients who told me that their Venus sign has even influenced their relationships with their swaggons or parents. They might be more prone to conflict or competition with someone who has a Venus sign that's naturally more opposing to theirs. And I'm wondering, loves, have any of you ever noticed this in your own family dynamics? Do you find that you are more likely to clash with a certain family member because of your Venus signs? Or maybe you are more drawn to a certain family member because your Venus signs are more compatible. Oh wow, I love where this conversation is going, loves. I am seeing some really public connections being made between Venus signs and family dynamics. And I have to say, I am totally guilty of being a bit too critical with my errand sister, who has a Venus in the also, totally opposing to my Taurus Venus, of course. But at the same time, I've learned to appreciate how our opposing Venus signs can actually create a really interesting and dynamic relationship. So I want to ask you guys, have you ever noticed how your Venus sign influences your relationships with your cold links? Liking gnome. Do you find that you're more likely to collaborate with someone who's a compatible Venus? 看着. Or maybe you are more likely to butt heads with someone who has a Venus sign that's more conflicting with yours. Oh my goodness, loves. I'm so glad we're having this conversation. I want to dive a bit deeper into this idea of Venus signs and rocks relationships. Like, I've noticed that my own Taurus Venus can sometimes make me a bit too focused on stability and security in my professional relationships, which can sometimes lead to conflicts with colleagues who have more spontaneous or unconventional Venus signs like Gemini or Aquarius, but at the same time, I've learned to appreciate how those opposing energies can actually bring a really fresh perspective to our work project. So, I want to ask you guys, have you ever had a rival or colleague with a Venus sign that's totally different from yours? And how did you navigate those differences and ambiguities? Oh, I love that you guys are sharing your own experiences with Venus signs and South relationships. It's so interesting to see how our Venus signs can influence our approach to collaboration and communication. I want to ask Lowe's, have you ever noticed how your Venus sign affects the types of projects or tasks you're drawn to in your work? Like as a Taurus Venus, I'm always drawn to projects that involve creating something tangible and lasting. Whereas someone with a Venus in Pisces might be more drawn to projects that involve creative expression or helping others. Do you find that your Venus sign influences the types of work you enjoy? Or the types of colleagues you work well with? Why? Oh, I am loving all the insights you guys are sharing about Venus signs and Taurus relationships. And now, I want to take it a step further. What about when it comes to romantic relationships? Do you find that your Venus sign influences the types of partners you're drawn to most, or the types of conflicts you have in your relationships, like as a Taurus Venus? I've always been drawn to partners who value stability and security, but at the same time, I've learned to appreciate the excitement and unattributability that comes with being with someone who has a more spontaneous Venus sign. like Sagittarius or Aries. What about you guys? Have you ever noticed how your Venus sign affects your approach to love and relationships? Oh, I'm so loving this conversation, loves. We're really getting into the nitty-gritty of how Venus signs impact our relationships, art in the romance and in romance. Before we dive deeper nearly, I just want to take a quick sec to thank all of you amazing viewers who are tuning in live. If you are new here, consider subscribing and hitting that notification bell so you can stay up to date on all our juicy conversations about love, relationships, and astrology. And if you are enjoying this chat, please give us a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. I love reading your insights and responding to your questions in real time. Now back to Venus signs and loves. I want to ask, have you ever noticed how your Venus sign affects your attachment style in relationships? Or how you handle conflicts with your partner? Oh loves, I'm so glad you are all enjoying this conversation about Venus signs and love. Now, let's talk about some love tips. How to attract someone who's truly compatible with you. I've got a secret for you. It all starts with self-love. When you are confident in who you are and what you want, you are like a magnet, attracting people who appreciate your unique energy. So take some time to get to know yourself, your values and your passions. What makes you tick? What are your non-negotiables in a relationship? When you are clear on these things, you'll start to attract people who habitate with you on a deep level. And of course, we have to talk about the law of attractions, what you put out into the universe, you get back. So if you are putting out io self-doubt and uncertainty, that's what you'll attract. But if you are putting out io of confidence and self-love, that's what you'll attract. It's all about energy, loves. What do you think? Have you ever noticed how your energy affects the types of people you attract into your life? Oh loves, I'm so loving the energy in this chat. I know you guys are really getting into the nitty-gritty of how to attract someone who's truly compatible with you. And I'm all about it. I want to ask, Have you ever thought about how your Venus sign affects your self-love journey? Like, as a Taurus Venus, I've always been drawn to self-care rituals that nourish my body and soul, like cooking and gardening. But I've noticed that my Sagittarius friends are more about exploring new experiences and adventures to find their sense of self. So what about you guys? How does your Venus sign influence your self-love practice? Do you have any favorite self-care rituals that help you connect with your inner goddess? I'm loving all the different perspectives on self-love and Venus signs. Loves. It's so interesting to see how our individual approaches to self-care can attract similar energies into our lives. I want to share a little secret with you guys. When I'm getting ready for a date or a big social event, I always make sure to do a little tarot reading for myself. I shuffle my cards, ask for guidance, and see what the universe has in store for me. It's amazing how often the cards will reveal themes of self-love and self-worth, reminding me to stay confident and true to myself. Have any of you guys ever used tarot or oracle cards to guide your relationships or self-love journeys? Oh, I am so glad you guys are enjoying this conversation about tarot and relationships. I want to share another little secret with you. I found that the Age of Cups is a huge indicator of when it's time to let go of a toxic relationship or a pattern that's no longer serving you. When I see this card, I know it's time to focus on self-love and self-care rather than trying to hold on to something that's not working. But I am curious, have any of you guys ever seen a specific tarot card that's helped you navigate a relationship or self-love journey? What did it reveal to you, and how did you use that guidance to move forward? Welcome new labs to the Daily Fed channel. I'm so glad you are joining us for this juicy conversation about self-love, relationships, and tarot. If you are new here, consider this your official welcome to the community. We're all about exploring the intersection of life, spirituality, and personal growth. For those who have been with me since the beginning, I am so grateful for your continued support and engagement. You guys are the reason I get to do what I love every day. Now, I want to circle back to our conversation about tarot and relationships. I've noticed that some of you have mentioned seeing the Ten of Cups in your readings, which is all about ultimate fulfillment and happiness. Can anyone share a personal experience where the Ten of Cups showed up in their reading and how it related to their life or self-love journey? Oh my goodness. Loves. I am loving all the Ten of Cups stories you are sharing. It's giving me all the feels. I want to dive a little deeper into the energy of this card, because I truly believe it holds the key to manifesting our dream relationships. When the Ten of Cups shows up, it's like the universe is saying, you are on the right path. Keep going. But what's really interesting is that this card can also indicate a need to balance your emotions and energies before attracting that perfect match. So I want to ask you guys, how do you crave emotional balance in your daily lives? And do you think it's affected your relationships or self-love journey in any way? Oh, I love how this conversation is unfolding. Loves, I am curious. Have any of you noticed a connection between your emotional balance and the types of relationships you attract? When you are feeling grounded and centered, you tend to attract more positive, supportive partners. And on the flip side, when you are feeling off kilter or stressed, do you notice that you are more likely to attract trauma or toxic energy? I want to hear from you guys, because I truly believe that our emotional balance is like a magnetic field that attracts similar energies into our lives. What are your thoughts on this? And how do you think we can use this awareness to manifest more loving, healthy relationships? I love. We've got so many beautiful insights and stories shared so far. For those who are new to the channel, I want to give you a quick rundown of what we're all about here. We are a community that's passionate about exploring the connection between love, spirituality, and personal growth. We dive into topics like tarot, astrology, and Monsidia, and how they can help us navigate the ups and downs of relationships and self-love. If you are interested in learning more about how to manifest your dream relationships, or simply want to connect with like-minded individuals, you are in the right place. So let's keep the conversation going. Have any of you guys ever noticed how your zodiac sign or moon sign influences your emotional balance and relationships? Genials of forever. Oh, I just love the Turkish greeting. By the way, my name is Fair. Nice to meet you. What brings you to our little chat today? Oh, loves, I'm so glad we're having this conversation because it's leading us right into one of my favorite topics. How to attract someone who truly psych. With us, I mean, think about it. When we are feeling emotionally balanced and grounded, we're like a magnet for positive energy. And that's when the magic happens because we start to attract people who are more tuned with our frequency. So here's the questions. What are some practical tips we can use to cultivate that emotional balance and become a magnet for love? I want to share a few of my own favorites. But I also want to hear from you guys. What works for you? And what doesn't? Do you have any go-to self-care practices or rituals that help you stay centered and attract positive relationships into your life? Oh my goodness, I am loving all the amazing insights you guys are sharing. I want to dive deeper into this idea of being a magnet for love content because I truly believe that it's all about vibration. When we're feeling good, we're vibrating at a higher frequency, and that's when we start to attract people who are on the same here as the ranger. I want to share one of my favorite tips for cultivating emotional balance. It's all about tuning into your intuition. Have you guys ever noticed how your intuition can pick up on subtle energies and vibrations that your rational mind might miss? I want to hear from you. How do you tune into your intuition? And what role do you think it plays in attracting positive relationships into your life? Oh, I love how this conversation is unfolding. Loves. I am seeing a lot of nods to the importance of intuition in attracting positive relationships, and I couldn't agree more. One thing that's come up for me is the connection between intuition and self-trust. When we trust ourselves and our inner wisdom, we're more likely to make choices that align with our highest good. And that's when the magic happens. So I want to ask, how do you guys work on building self-trust? And what practices have helped you develop? You know, I think conversation is really okay. The importance of listening to that little voice inside us and trusting our instincts when it comes to relationships. I mean, how many of us have ignored our intuition and ended up in a situation that didn't feel right? I know I have, and it's always a valuable learning experience. But what I want to explore next is how our intuition can help us navigate those tricky situations where we're feeling uncertain or unclear about someone's intentions. Can you guys think of a time when your intuition was trying to tell you something about someone, but you weren't sure to interpret the signs? I am loving the energy in this chat, loves. I can feel the collective vibration rising as we dive deeper into the power of intuition in relationships. Before we move on to the next part of our conversation, I just want to take a quick step to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here and sharing your thoughts and experiences. If you are enjoying this chat, you ought to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel for more content on love, relationships, and personal growth. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you can stay up to date on all my latest stream. Or Rick loves. Now that we've been exploring the importance of intuition in relationships, I want to shift gears a bit and talk about some love tips on how to attract someone who's truly aligned with your energy. You know, I always say that like attracts like yin. So if you are putting out a self-love and self-worth, you're more likely to attract someone who in ally with that. What are some ways we can cultivate that inner glow and become a magnet for positive relationships? I want to hear from you, loves. What are some of your favorite self-care practices that help you feel confident and radiant? Oh, I am loving all the self-care suggestions pouring in. Lovedsmith from meditation to journaling, and even dancing it out to your favorite tunes. One thing that really stood out to me was when Loma, Love 23, mentioned the importance of setting boundaries and learning to say no. Such a powerful way to cultivate self-love and self-worth. Because when we care for our own needs and desires, we become a more vibrant and attractive energy to others. So I want to ask where at. Cause some ways you guys like to crave your own needs and set healthy boundaries in your relationships. That's such a great question, loves. And I'm so glad we're diving into this topic. I think setting boundaries can be especially challenging for us empathetic types, because we often put others' needs before our own. But remember, taking care of yourself is not selfish. It's essential to building strong, healthy relationships. So, I want to share a little tarot tip with you guys. Whenever you are feeling uncertain about setting a boundary or igniting your own needs, take a moment to reflect on the Eight of Swords. This card is all about breaking free from limitations and restrictions. And it can be such a powerful reminder that we have the power to set our own boundaries and create the life we want. What are some other ways you guys like to tap into your inner strength and create your own needs? Oh, I love how this conversation is unfolding, loves. It's all about P and taking control of our own energy. I've been thinking, what if we took it a step further and explored how our astrological signs play a role in setting boundaries and in easing our own needs? For example, as a fire sign, I know I have a tendency to put others' needs before my own. But I've learned to harness my inner spark and set boundaries that nourish my own energy. What about you guys? Do you think your astrological sign influences your approach to setting boundaries? And if so, how? Ah, I am so glad we're diving into the astrology aspect of setting boundaries, loves. It's such a fascinating topic. I'd love to hear more about how your signs influence your approach to recognizing your own needs. For example, I've noticed that my fellow fire signs, my Leos and Aries, tend to be naturally more assertive and boundary pushing, while my earth sign friends, like Taurus and Virgos, be more practical and cautious in their approach. But what about the air signs? Like Gemini and Maize, Grains. How do you guys navigate setting boundaries while still maintaining your social connections and sense of community? Oh, I love how this conversation is going, loves. We're really digging deep into the nuances of setting boundaries and analyzing our own needs. I want to hear more from our air signs out there, Geminis, the extremes, Aquarians. How do you balance your need for social connection with your need to set healthy boundaries? Do you find that you are more likely to people pleased? Are you naturally more adept at setting your own needs? Let's get a conversation going in the comments, loves. I want to hear your thoughts. Oh my gosh, loves. I am loving the conversation that's unfolding in the comments. We got Geminis talking about their tendency to people please, and Lixians sharing their strategies for balancing social harmony with personal boundaries. But I want to take it a step further. Loves, what about when it comes to romantic relationships? How do our astrological signs influence our approach to setting boundaries with our partners? Do you find that you are more likely to compromise than compromise and crave your partner's needs? Are you naturally more inclined to assert your own needs and desires? Let's dive into the world of astrological composability and explore how our signs shape our approach to love and relationships. Oh, Speaking of love and relationships, loves, I want to shift gears a bit and talk about some love tips, specifically how to attract someone who's truly compatible with you. I've noticed that when we're trying to attract someone, we often focus on putting on a mask or trying to be someone we're not real. But the truth is, the most attractive quality we can possess is authenticity. So I want to ask you guys, what are some non-negotiables that you look for in a partner? And how do you think being true to yourself can actually help you attract someone who shares those same values and qualities? Oh, loves, I am absolutely loving the non-negotiables that are popping up in the comments. Honesty, communication, trust, respect. These are all amazing qualities to look for in a partner. But I want to ask, what about when it comes to the little things? You know, the quirks and habits that might not seem like a big deal at first, but can actually be major red flags in the long run. For example, I've got a friend who's a total neat freak bind. And she always says that if a partner can respect her boundaries around cleanliness, it's a major turn-off. What about you guys, loves? What are some of those little things that might seem insignificant, at first hurting, that can actually be major deal breakers in a relationship? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Loves. We've got some amazing insights popping up in the comments, and I'm seeing a common thread. It's all about finding that balance between being true to ourselves and being open to growth and compromise in our relationships. But I want to take it a step further. What about when it comes to those tiny, seemingly insignificant habits that can actually be major red flags? For example, I've got a friend who's a total morning person, and she can't stand it when her partner sleeps in late and disrupts her entire routine. What about you guys, loves? What are some of those tiny habits that can actually be major deal breakers in a relationship? Oh, loves, I'm so glad we're diving deeper into this conversation, because it's really making me think about my own experiences with clients in my law practice, miss. You know, the ones who come to me after things have gone sour in their relationships. And I have to say, it's often those tiny, seemingly insignificant habits that can actually be the final straw. Like, I had a client once who was a total night owl, and her partner was a morning person. It sounds like a small thing, but it ended up causing so much tension in their relationship. So, I want to ask you guys, loves, you think we can navigate those tiny differences in our relationships without letting them become major deal breakers? Oh, loves, I'm so glad we're having this conversation, and I want to welcome all the new faces who are joining us. Liv, if you are new here, consider this your formal introduction to Daily First Love, the new where we dish out real talk on relationship, love, and all the things that come with it. We're a community that's all about growth, self-love, and navigating the crazy world of romance. So grab a cup of your fave coffee, get comfy, and let's dive in. Now, back to our conversation. I want to share a personal story about how I handle a similar situation in my own relationship. And I want to hear from you guys too, loves. What are some of those tiny habits that you've had to navigate in your own relationships, and how did you handle them? Oh, loves, I think we've had some amazing discussions about navigating those tiny differences in relationships. But now I want to flip the script. What about when it comes to attracting someone in the first place? What are some of the love tips that actually work? And how can we use them to draw someone special into our life? I've got a fun story to share. I was talking to a friend who's a total hopeless romantic mockday, and she swears by the power of cooking a homemade meal to win someone's hearts. She's got a point, loves food is the way to the heart after all. But what about you guys? What are some of those unconventional love tips that you've tried not to? And did they actually work? Oh, loves, I am loving the energy in this chat. I can tell we're all passionate about finding that special someone on. And I am all about sharing the tips and tricks that actually work. So I want to ask Peng, have you guys ever tried using a law of attraction to bring someone into your life? I've had clients who swear by writing down their intentions and visualizing their perfect partner. It sounds woo-woo, but I've seen it work, loves. What about you, loves? Have you ever tried using manifestation techniques to attract someone, and did it actually work for you? Oh, loves, I am so glad we're getting into the nitty-gritty of manifestation and attraction. It's one of my favorite topics, and I am loving all the shares in the chat. For those who are new here, just a little background on me. I am a divorce lawyer by trade, but I'm also a total hopeless romantic con. And I love exploring the intersection of love, law, and spirituality. My channel Dalifa's Love, Tinekwe, is all about creating a space for real talk, self-love, and growth. So if that fear with you. I didn't mean literally. Be sure to hit that follow button and join our little community. Now back to manifestation minus. I've got a question for you guys. What are some of the biggest misconceptions about using the law of attraction to attract a partner? And how can we actually use it to bring someone special into our life? Oh, loves, I'm so glad we're diving deeper into the world of manifestation and attraction. It's truly fascinating stuff. I've been thinking, what if we flip the script on the traditional idea of putting ourselves out there to attract someone? Instead of trying to change who we are to fit someone else's ideal. What if we focused on becoming the best version of ourselves? Letting that energy draw someone in, I mean. Think about it. When we are confident, passionate, and unapologetically ourselves, we're like magnets, attracting people who move with our energy. I want to ask you guys, what are some things you are doing to focus on your own personal growth and self-love? And how do you think that's impacted your dating life? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Loves. Focusing on our own personal growth and self-love is like the ultimate form of manifestation, if you ask me. I mean, when we're working on becoming the best versions of ourselves, we're naturally going to attract people who obtain with our energy. So I want to ask, what's one thing you are doing right now to grab your own self-love and growth? Is it taking time for yourself, practicing mindfulness, or pursuing a passion project? Share it with me, and let's get inspired by each other's journeys. Oh, you guys, I am loving the shares in the chat. So many of you are talking about self-care, meditation, and journaling, which is amazing. I want to add one more thing to the mix, loves. Have you ever tried using tarot cards as a tool for self-reflection and growth? I know some people might think tarot is a bit woo-woo, but trust me, it's been a game changer for me in terms of getting clarity on my own energy and intentions. I've been thinking of doing a tarot reading. Would you guys be interested in that? Area like relationships or career. Keep it more general. and just see what the cards have to say about our journey towards self-love. Ah, I love that idea, loves. Acting on a specific area like relationships or career could be really helpful. Pure light. But at the same time, I think keeping it general and seeing what the cards have to say about our overall journey towards self-love could be really powerful too. What do you guys think? Should we do a mix of both in 10? Or keep it more open-ended and see what the universe has in store for us? By the way, I've got a question for you all. Have you ever noticed how the cards you draw tend to mirror what's going on in your life? Or is that just me? Oh, loves, I'm so loving this conversation. And I am getting so many great ideas for our next tarot reading livestream. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts and ideas in the chat as we continue to explore the world of tarot and self-love. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who's been supporting this stream by liking and subscribing. You guys are the best. And I am so grateful to have you all as part of this community. If you are new here, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell so you can stay up to date on all our latest streams and tarot readings. And if you're feeling extra loving, give us a like and share the stream with your friends and family who might be interested in tarot and self-care. Okay, loves, let's switch gears a bit and talk about something really fun, love tips. I know we've all been there wondering how to attract that special someone into our lives. Well, I've got a little secret to share with you all. It's all about energy and putting out the right equally to attract what you want. So Ludra, what do you think is the most important thing to focus on when trying to attract someone? Is it confidence, self-love, or something else? Entirely share your thoughts in the chat, and let's get this conversation started. Go. I am loving all the comments coming in last. You are all so copto entry. And I'm getting so many great ideas from you. So, I see we've got a few of you who think confidence is key, though. And I totally agree, when we exude self-assurance, it's like a magnet drawing people in. But I also see some of you saying it's all about self-love, and that's so true too. When we love ourselves, we're way more attractive to others. Right? What do you guys think about energy though? Do you think it's possible to attract someone just by putting out the right lie? Even if you are not putting yourself out there in a big way. Oh, I love where this conversation is going, loves. So let's talk about energy for a second. I truly believe that when we're vibrating at a high frequency, we're way more likely to attract someone who's on the same frequency. It's all about alignment. And I think that's why self-care is so important. When we're taking care of ourselves, we're naturally emitting a more positive energy that draws people angelic. But here's the thing, what if you are not naturally a super outgoing person? Can you still attract someone just by putting out the right clue? Or do you need to be more buried up in putting yourself out there? Yeah, your thoughts. Love, I'm curious to hear your current take on this. Oh my gosh, I am loving all the comments about introverts and energy. It's so true that you don't have to be super outgoing to attract someone who loves. I mean, think about it. Some of the most powerful people in the world are introverts. And they're still able to trade people in with their energy, so for all my introverted loves out there, don't worry if you are not the life of the party. Just focus on cultivating a positive energy. And trust that the right people will be drawn to you. And hey, speaking of energy, I want to ask you guys, have you ever had an experience where you met someone and you just instantly clicked? Like you didn't even have to say a word to you, and you just knew you had a connection. Oh, I'm getting so many yeses, loves, and I am not surprised. Here's nothing quite like that instant connection, is there? I mean, I've had it happen to me before, and it's like the whole room just melts away. And all you can see is that person. It's like you are both vibrating at the same frequency. And it's just the most incredible feeling. So I want to hear more about your experiences. Loves, what was it about? That person that drew you in? Was it their energy? Their smile? Something else? entirely share your stories. And let's get into the magic of instant connections. Ah, quite am loving all these amazing stories about instant connections loves. It's like you can just feel the chemistry in the air. And it's so cool to hear about all the different ways that people have experienced it. Okay, so I want to ask you guys something. Do you think that instant connection is always a guarantee of a successful relationship? Or can it sometimes be a bit of a red herring? Like, have you ever had that intense connection with someone, only to realize later that you weren't actually compatible in the long term? Let's talk about it. Loves, I am curious to hear your thoughts on this. Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Loves, you guys are sharing some amazing insights, and I'm so grateful to have such a thoughtful community. Before we dive deeper into the world of instant connections, I just want to take a quick sec to remind you all to hit that subscribe button and the little heart button to give the stream some love. It really helps me keep creating content that's all about spreading the love and good Nakia. And hey, while we're on the topic of love, I want to ask you guys, do you think an instant connection is something that can be cultivated? Or is it just one of those things that happens when it happens? Can we actually put ourselves in a position to attract someone with that same energy? Or is it just a matter of luck? Share your thoughts, loves. Oh my gosh, I am lying all the thought responses, plus. It's like you're all speaking straight to my soul. I want to share a little secret with you, guys. As a divorced lawyer, I've seen my fair share of relationships that started with that instant connection, but ultimately fizzled out. And you know what I've realized? It's not just about the connection itself, but about the energy you put into nurturing it. I am curious, loves. Have you ever noticed how certain relationships can start off with that intense spark, but then slowly lose steam over time? What do you think is the key to keeping that spark alive? Oh, I'm so glad you guys are resonating with this loves. It's like we're all on the same page, and I am loving the honesty. You know, Skund, as a TikTok creator, I've had the chance to connect with so many people from different walks of life. And I realized that the key to keeping that spark alive is actually pretty simple. It's all about communication, trust, and a willingness to grow together. But I want to ask you guys, what do you think is the biggest misconception about that instant connection? Do you think people often mistake infatuation for love, or is it something else entirely? Share your thoughts, loves. Oh, Pia, I love how you guys are breaking down the idea of instant connection and what it really means to us. I think that's such a great point. Styles 89 about how we often mistake infatuation for love. It's like our brains can't tell the difference between that intense attraction and a deep emotional connection. And I am curious, loves. How many of you have ever found yourself in a situation where you thought you had that instant connection, but it turned out to be something totally different? Was it a red flag? Or did you just need to get to know the person better? Oh, I'm so glad we're having this conversation, loves. I think it's really helping us get to the root of what makes a connection truly meaningful. And speaking of connections, I want to take a moment to welcome all the new loves who are joining us for the first time. Beautiful people, if you are new here, consider this your official welcome to the facts corner of the internet, where we dish out relationship, real talk, tarot, insights, and a whole lot of love. Whether you're a hopeless romantic or just looking for some advice on navigate the dating world, you are in the right place. So grab a cup of coffee, get cozy, and join the conversation. We're so glad you're here. Oh, I love how our conversation is flowing, loves. I think we're really getting to the heart of what makes a connection. You know, as a divorce lawyer, I've seen my fair share of relationships that started out strong, but ultimately fizzled out. And I've also seen the opposite. People seemed like an unlikely match at first, but ended up being perfect for each other. It's like the universe has a way of bringing people together, even if it doesn't always make sense at first. So I want to ask you guys, have you ever had a relationship that started out as friends, but eventually turned into something more? How did you know when it was time to take the leap and turn that friendship into something romantic? Oh, loves, I'm so glad we're exploring this topic of friendships, turning into something more, because I think it's such a fascinating area of relationships, you know. As someone who's always been interested in the way people connect to beer, I've noticed that sometimes the best relationships are the ones that start out as friendships because you already have that foundation of trust and understanding, but it can be tricky to navigate to. How do you know when to take the leave and risk potentially ruining the friendship? Has anyone ever had a situation where they confessed their feelings to a friend and it didn't quite work out as planned? Oh, I love how many of you are sharing your own experiences with friendships turning into something more. It's so inspiring to see how many of you have taken the leap and found love in unexpected places. You know, I was just thinking, as a Tourette enthusiast, I love how the Eight of Cups can sometimes represent this transition from a platonic relationship to a romantic one. It's like you are leaving behind the comfort and familiarity of the friendship, but you are also opening yourself up to the possibility of something deeper and more meaningful. So, I want to ask you guys, have you ever had a tarot reading that gave you insight into your relationships or helped you navigate a tricky situation? Oh, loves, I'm so glad we're diving deeper into the world of tarot and relationships. It's one of my favorite topics. I was just thinking, what if we did a live tarot reading for one of our viewers who's currently navigating a tricky relationship situation? We could draw a card and see what the universe has in store for them. Who's interested in being our guinea pig for this live reading? Maybe you are someone who's wondering if a friendship is turning into something more, or just looking for some guidance on how to navigate a current relationship. Let me know in the chat and we can make it happen. Oh, I know the enthusiasm in the chat. It looks like we have a few brave souls who are willing to be a guinea pig for this knife trot reading. Before we get started, I just want to remind everyone that tarot readings are all about gaining insight and perspective, not about predicting a specific outcome. So if you are interested in being a recipient of this reading, just type me. And to make things even more interesting, why don't we make it a bit more specific? Let's say we're looking for someone who's currently navigating a situation where they're unsure if a friendship is turning into something more. Sound good, blows? Hold up, Spill. It looks like we have a few people who are interested in being a guinea pig for this live tarot reading. I'm going to ask my team to recognize and select one of you, and we'll get started in just a minute. In the meantime, I want to ask, what are some common signs that you've seen in your own lives or in the lives of others that indicate a friendship is turning into something more? Is it a change in body, language, a deeper emotional connection, or something else entirely? Let me know in the chat, and we'll discuss it while we wait for a volunteer to be selected. Oh my goodness, I'm loving all the input in the chat. You guys are so kosher. I'm seeing a lot of mentions of increased touch, like casual brushing of arms or lingering hugs, and also a deeper sense of vulnerability and trust. That makes total sense to me, because when we feel comfortable enough to be our true selves around someone, that's often when the friendship can start to blossom into something more. But what about the flip side, loves? What are some signs that a friendship is definitely staying in the friend zone? And how can we graciously accept that and maintain a healthy friendship? Let's discuss. Oh, I am so glad we're having this conversation, because I think it's really easy to get caught up in the excitement of potentially developing feelings for a friend, but it's equally important to know when to respect those boundaries. I've seen it time and time again in my own practice as a divorce lawyer, where people have tried to force a romantic relationship out of a friendship, and it's ended in disaster. So let's talk about how we can maintain those healthy boundaries. Loves, what are some deal breakers for you when it comes to staying in the friend zone? And how do you communicate those boundaries to the other person without hurting their feeling? Okay, loves. Let's switch gears a bit and talk about love tips. Specifically, so how to attract someone who's truly meant for you. I've got a few secrets up my sleeve that I've learned from my own experience, as well as from reading the tarot and studying human behavior. One thing that's really important is to focus on being your authentic self rather than trying to put on a mask or pretend to be someone you're not. Think about it. Loves when you are being true to yourself. You are radiating confidence and energy, and that's like a magnet to someone who's meant to be with you. So, what are some ways you guys like to express your authenticity and let your true self shine? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Loves. I'm seeing a lot of you mentioning things like hobbies and interests, and how important it is to find someone who shares those passions. It makes total sense to me because when we're doing things we love, we're in our element and our true selves shine through. I've got a question for you guys. What are some unique hobbies or interests that you have? And how have you incorporated those into your dating, life, or relationships? For me, it's all about cooking and gardening. Here's something about nurturing plants and creating nourishing meals that just feels so fulfilling. And I know that's something I want to share with someone special. What about you, loves? Oh, I am loving all the responses. Loves. It sounds like a lot of you are really passionate about creative pursuits, whether that's art, music, or writing. I've got a question for you. Have any of you ever had experience where you met someone through a shared hobby or interest, and it ended up being a really meaningful connection? For me, I found that when I am doing something I love, but I am much more likely to attract someone who's on the same interest. And speaking of blessed, I've been getting a lot of questions about how astrology plays into all of this, specifically hunger show. How our zodiac signs can influence our relationships and attractions. So, let's dive into that a bit. What are your signs, loves? And have you ever noticed any patterns or themes in your relationships based on your sign? Oh, I'm so glad you guys are loving this conversation, because I am having a blast chatting with you all about love and relationships. Now, let's talk about something really interesting. Have you ever noticed how your zodiac sign can influence the way you approach relationships? For example, as a fire sign myself, I know that I can get pretty passionate and intense when I'm in a relationship, and I can sometimes be overwhelming for my partner. But at the same time, that passion and energy can also be really attractive and exciting. So, I want to hear from you guys. How does your zodiac sign influence your relationships? And have you ever found that it's been a strength or a weakness in your partnerships? Oh, I am loving all the insights you guys are sharing about your zodiac signs and relationships. It's so fascinating to see how our astrological influences can shape our approaches to love and partnership. I've got a question for you, loves. Have you ever found that your sign's weaknesses can actually be a major turn-off for your partner? Or have you learned how to work with those weaknesses to create a stronger, more balanced relationship? For example, as a Lily or Rudy, I know that my pride and ego can sometimes get in the way of intimacy and vulnerability in myas. But I've also learned that when I'm able to let my guard down and be more open and honest, that's when the real magic happens in my relationships. What about you, loves mice? How do you navigate your sign's weaknesses in your relationships? Oh, loves, I am so glad you are all enjoying this convo about zodiac signs and relationships. It's been really enlightening to hear about your experiences and insights. I just want to take a quick sec to thank you all for tuning in and being part of this community. If you are new here, consider subscribing and hitting that notification bell so you can stay up to date on all our future trusts about love, relationships, and astrology. And if you are loving this stream, be sure to give it a like and share it with your friends who might be interested, guys. Let's keep the conversation going and help each other navigate the wild world of love and relationships. Now back to our discussion. I want to hear more about how you guys think your zodiac signs influence your communication styles and relationships. Oh, I love where this conversation is going, guys. The way our zodiac signs shape our communication styles and relationships is so fascinating. For example, Azaleo. I know I can be a bit dramatic and prone to outbursts when I am feeling passionate about something. But I've also learned that I need to balance that with active listening and MA if I want to really connect with my partner. I'm curious, Labs, do you think your sign's communication style is more introverted or extroverted? How does that impact your relationships? Oh, that's such a great point. Loves, the way we communicate is so deeply tied to our zodiac signs. And it's amazing how much insight we can gain into our relationships just by understanding those patterns. I want to hear more about how your signs influence your conflict resolution styles. Do you tend to avoid confrontation? Or do you dive headfirst into the fray, for example? As a fire sign, I know I can get pretty fiery when I am upset brain. But I've also learned that sometimes it's better to take a step back and let things cool off before addressing the issue. How about you, lovesmiths? Do you have any tips for navigating conflicts in a way that strengthens your relationship rather than weakening it? You know, loves, I've been thinking a lot about how our zodiac signs influence our attachment styles in relationships. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. For example, as a Leo, I tend to be a bit of a hopeless romantic, and I crave deep, passionate connections with my partner. But I've also learned that I need to be careful not to get too clingy or possessive, and to respect my partner's need for independence. What about you? Loves? Do you tend to be more of an anxious attachment type, always seeking reassurance and closeness? Are you more of an avoidant type, preferring to keep your partner at arm's length? Oh my goodness, loves. I'm loving all the couple comments pouring in. Keep sharing your thoughts on how your zodiac signs impact your relationships. I am totally fascinated. Before we dive deeper into attachment styles, I just want to take a sec to thank you all for tuning in and being part of this amazing community. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and the little heart button to like this stream. It really helps me out. And don't forget to turn on those notifications so you can stay up to date on all our juicy relationship discussions. Now back to attachment styles. Do you think your sign's attachment style is more influenced by your moon sign or your rising sign? Or is it a combo of both? Oh, that's such a great question. Lobsmiths. I think it's really interesting how our moon signs can influence our emotional needs in relationships, while our rising signs can impact how we present ourselves to our partner and the world. Like love, Leo Sun is all about drama and passion. But my Cancer moon is all about nurturing and intimacy. It's a weird conjunction, but it works for me. Yeah, but I want to hear from you. Lobsmiths. Have you ever had a relationship where your partner's attachment style just totally clashed with yours? And how did you navigate that? Oh, I love where this conversation is going. Loves. I am getting so many great insights from you all. And I think we're just scratching the surface of how our zodiac signs impact our relationships. I want to hear more about these questions, though. Like, what happens when a super clingy Hansio meets a super independent Aquarius? Oh, and a hopeless romantic Pisces falls for practical no-nonsense Capricorn. How do you navigate those differences? And do you think it's possible to find common ground? Or is some attachment styles just too incompatible? Okay, loves, let's switch gears a bit and talk about some love tips. I know some of you are probably wondering, how do I even attract someone? In the first place, well, I've got a secret for you. It's all about vibration, baby. You've got to be vibrating on the same frequency as the kind of person you want to attract. And that means working on yourself first. So I want to ask you, loves, what's one thing you are doing right now to level up and become the best version of yourself? Is it taking care of your physical health or working on your mental game? Or maybe even just practicing self-love and self-care? Let me know in the comments. And we can get into some juicy tips and tricks for attracting that special someone into your life. Oh, I love seeing all these amazing self-care routines you are sharing, loves. From meditation and yoga to reading and journaling. It's so inspiring to see you all admiring your own growth and well-being. But I want to dig a little deeper because I know that sometimes, even when we're doing all the right things, we can still feel stuck or unsure about how to attract the kind of love we want. So let's talk about energy, loves. What do you think is the most important thing to focus on when it comes to raising your vibration and attracting positive relationships into your life? Is it about cultivating self-love? Or maybe releasing old patterns and baggage, or something else entirely? Oh, I'm so glad you are all sharing your self-care routines, loves, because I think that's a huge part of raising our vibration and attracting positive energy into our